you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street on Monday the 8th of November. November! Do you know, I hadn't even started my Christmas shopping. I had a slight panic. I woke up at 3 in the morning. I didn't have to get up till half 3. And I suddenly thought, I haven't started my Christmas shopping. I don't even know what I'm going to buy anyone. Oh, how can it be November? Next week. I'll think about that next week. Anyway, we have got a lovely show for you today because we have got 3 guests. We have got 2 on Sewing Street and 1 on Yarn Lane. It's very exciting. New fabric ranges, new patterns, lovely, lovely. But to start with, we have got a brilliant, brand new project for an early bird. Got me thinking about my Christmas presents, actually. Christmas present to me or someone else. This is the quilting planner. Look, comes in a box with a lid. These things are important when you're considering Christmas shopping. Even if it's yourself, it's easier to wrap your own present if it comes in a nice box, isn't it? So inside, this is the ultimate quilting planner. Now, the price you'll see on screen is not the early bird price. It should be $54.99, but we are going to take £15. £15 off this. That's amazing. So $39.99 instead of $54.99. So we'll have a look at the price comparison so you can see what it costs everywhere else to show you what a bargain we have got you. Look, there we go. £60 reduced from 100. Whoa. And ours is $39.99. That's amazing. We started at $54.99. There's another one there that is $54.99. And ours is special at $39.99. But you're thinking, well, what is it? What's inside? Remember, this price is only till midnight. At midnight, it will go back up to $54.99. So don't forget that. And only while stocks last. So first to say, Look at the lovely spiral bound. These things are very important, and it is a nice one. Look, it's like solid loops as well, so it's not one that's going to fall apart. Because the reason for that, this is something that you use, you keep on your sewing desk, you have open, so it needs to have this. So they thought about that. Lovely white, clean, thick cover as well, also important. Put your cup of tea on it if you want to. So start at the beginning with all of these stickers that you use in the pages. We've got hexagon ones. I love these. Love this. Important reminder. Don't forget. Third of the stock of this is already in baskets. Wow. So if you want this, you need to be quick. I like the Quilting Queen one. I think you could just have that and stick that on yourself, couldn't you? Lots of other stickers that you can stick in the pages to do all different sorts of things. Stars, hearts, one more row, quilt till you drop, new project. It's really lovely. I mean, it's fantastic, isn't it? It starts in January. I'll show you it in a minute. So it's a real sort of, this year I am going to complete all the projects. It doesn't have to be quilting projects. It could be any. You could use it for sewing projects, all of your projects, because you know what it's like. You've got them all sort of half made or about to make or thinking about made, stashed away in carry bags, and then you actually can't remember what you do. I know when I had last year, I had a massive clear out of my sewing room, and I could not believe the number of projects I found that I had started and not completed or hadn't even started. Book like this, you can record it all. So you've got all of these stickers for putting on the pages. Love all of these. Light bulb, that's like, I've got a great idea. Need to go shopping. Need fabric. That's all the stickers that go in there. And these are lovely. You don't have to use these in your diary. You can put them where you want. Then you've got clear plastic wallets. This is the place to put your fabric swatches in. So you know when you've got a bit of fabric, you think, I really like that. Don't want, because quite often if you're like me and you've got loads of fabric, you've got it all piled up or in boxes and you can't always remember which is which. So you can keep your fabric swatches in these clear pockets. And that one, it's got a zip, a slider on it. So you could keep your scissors, your needles, your notes. If you go into workshops, you go into classes, brilliant to take with you. Looks quite impressive as well. Looks like you're really organised. Put your name on there. This quilting planner belongs to... yes, to Hannah. And then you've got the diary. And then, now in here, there are lots of pictures of projects. And it says on the box that for the instructions for all the projects that are printed in here, it gives you the website address to go to get all the instructions. So, because they couldn't fit... I think it's quite a good idea because... instead of them filling up space with the projects, they take you off to the website where you can get the instructions, but they got the pictures. Otherwise, you've got even more stuff. This one is made by Sue Rivers using the Drunkard's Path tool. I like that one. Anyway, we've got lots of really important quilting information here. Helpful quilt patterns, quick reference guide. This is brilliant. Standard wadding sizes, mattress sizes. I am constantly going online thinking, because I want to make a quilt, what is the size of... So if you want to, I don't know, can you open it up? No, you can't open it up. That was Hannah asking. No, it's really solid. It didn't come out. So you've got all of the information, formula for working out backing, how to work out binding. So if you want a 1/4 inch finished binding, you cut it at 2 1/4 inch. Cut it the width that you need. So this is really useful. So if you need a 1 1/4 inch cut binding width and your binding is 451 metres, you need 2/3 of a yard. I mean, this is brilliant. This is all the maths you'll ever need. This is serious quilting maths. We've then got some really basic instructions like how to join binding ends. I did that yesterday and it's brilliant. The day I learned how to join binding ends on the diagonal was a momentous occasion, and it teaches you, because I used to join them straight. I've learned how to join the diagonal. It tells you all. Quilting terms. What is a fat eighth, a fat quarter? What's a desert roll? A dessert roll? Desert roll. Desert roll. I don't know what a desert roll is, actually. Cactus being kicked down a hill, maybe. A dessert roll. I've never heard of a dessert roll, actually. I've heard of jelly rolls, but not a dessert roll. There's another picture of another project, again, and it gives you the website address to be able to make that. I quite like that. That's famous, isn't it? Then we've got project lists. So, projects in progress. So you list all your projects, and then here you've got supplies cut, blocks piece, rows piece, top assembled. So if you started making something and you're halfway through, you can just tick where you are. And when you think, actually, it's a rainy Sunday afternoon, I really want to finish that log cabin I started last May, you can see where you got up to. Then you've got project pages. I mean, you save time, you save money, because quite often you buy things because you think you haven't got it and then you find it later. It's all in here. So project description, the date you start it, due, if you're making it for somebody. So maybe it's a Christmas present for somebody. You put due in there, finished measurements, size and number of blocks, full shopping list. That's really useful. So you can write all your shopping list while you're at home. Design notes, because we've always got notes like that didn't work, make do, you need to trim that, because if you want to make it again. So all of these pattern notes and inspiration. Now here is where you can use all your stickers as well. So you can put all, you know, rather than writing I need to shop for this, you can stick the shopping basket onto different places. So these are all your project pages, loads and loads and loads of them, where you write all the details. So it could be, right, I think I'm never going to do it for this Christmas. Next Christmas, I want to make somebody a full-size quilt. You could write all the information, get it all sorted, and it's all in here ready. Then we get on to inventory. I love this. Tools I own. I'm not absolutely sure there's enough space there. You might have to stick another piece of paper. Tools I own. So you've got acrylic tools and rulers. Supplies. How could you ever fit in all the supplies you've got in there? You could just put lots of fabric in blue or something. Then this is brilliant. Look at this. Swatch. So you can cut out a small piece of the fabric, stick it in here, say whether it's background, main, you know, you can decide what it is, how much you've got of it. So that when you're going through and you've got a pattern, you think, well, I need a fat quarter of it. Oh, no, have I got a fat quarter of that or whatever? You could just write in here, I've got 6 by 12 inches. And then when you're coming to design something, you know immediately. So you stick all your swatches. Have I pre-washed it? Even better, that might actually encourage me to pre-wash it. Also, sometimes you use a fabric. On the selvage, it says what it is. By the time you've cut it up, you've no idea. But you can put, there's here brand source. You can put what that fabric is. Pages of these, and do you know what, if you ran out of pages of these, you could just photocopy them, couldn't you, and put some more in. You could photocopy these if this is something that, you know, really appeals. I love this idea because I often have, you know, I always think, right, I want to make something and I have to get out all the fabrics that are sort of the right colour and re-measure them all. But you could keep that all in here, photocopy some, and then you could just slip them inside if you wanted more. But there are lots here because we've got 2, 4, 6 on each page. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, see, there's only 36. I think I'd need more than that. Then we get on to every month. This is why it's really good to start in January. Obviously, you can start this whenever you want. Half of the stock has gone, just like that. So if you want one, you really need to get it in your basket and check out. January's tip, we get one every month. To cut strips accurately, align the short edge of the ruler with the fold of the fabric. This will prevent odd V-shaped strips. That's good, isn't it? So you've got a to-do list, what you're going to do in January. You could plan ahead, couldn't you? Notes and ideas. Birthdays, very important because you've got to remember that as well. Things that are coming up. And this is where you can plan things in. You can think, well, it's my nan's birthday in March, so I'm going to start that in December. And you can plan ahead like that. It's another project for you. And then diary, because this doesn't have to just be about quilting. You don't have to say what you're going to do in quilting and sewing terms. And remember, this doesn't have to just be a quilting diary. This can be a cushion. This can be home sewing bags. You could put your knitting and your crochet and your embroidery. It doesn't just have to be quilting because it does cover all of that. So you've got all the diary, which is quite useful because then you can put in everything. You have that open on your table. You know what you've got coming up. It's more about when can I plan in my sewing time around the events I have to do. My goals this month, I am going to finish that cushion. Important dates. So that's January. And then every day you've got notes to do so that you can split it by like morning, afternoon, evening, or, you know, what you've got to do. So it can be a mixture. It can be your quilting diary. It can be your life planning diary, all mixed in together because we're always trying to get some sewing time around the rest of our lives. So that's all of January. And then we go on to February. I mean, it's exactly the same. You've got another tip in February, a project photo, and it does give you the instructions. It gives you the web link for that. So all you've got every month is split by a separate divider. April, June, July, they're all the same. They've all got tips. They've all got projects. August, September. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Wow, look at that. Quite like that one. Massive double bed quilt. Oh, they're lovely. November, December, and then until you get to the very end, and then at the end you've got lots of space as well for notes. But you can see, I mean, it is beautiful quality, isn't it? Very first time we've had it here, but it is lovely white clean cover as well. It's beautiful, isn't it? It should be $54.99, but to you today, for our early bird, it's $39.99. But after midnight, it will go back up to $54.99. I mean, this should be called Whole Life Sewing and Knitting and Crochet Craft Planner. Now, there are less than 20 of these in stock. So if you want one for yourself, I mean, this is a fantastic present for yourself or for anyone that you know who sews or crafts, because it's got everything. The fact it's got the stickers and the wallets, and it's white clean, and it's got beautiful binders, and it's, you know, this could be your New Year's resolution to get your sewing life organised, and that is the way to do it. Price comparisons of it elsewhere, look, £60 there. £60, down from £100. Wow, and ours is $39.99. Yeah, think of it as price per day. Yeah, look, $54.99 is, that's what our normal price is. So you can see, you know, it is competitive, but we have dropped it to $39.99. But, you know, and it's the sort of book that you can have out on your table. You can have it every day. You can use it, but then you can use it to refer back to, and you can start planning things. When you want to make something for a special event, you can plan ahead and work out when you need to start it. So you have so much use, so you can think, right, I'm going to start on the 3rd of March, I'm going to start making that quilt that needs to be ready for July, and have it all planned. Because I know you can get all of these apps and online organisers and stuff, but to me there's nothing better than writing it down. And you can pass it on as well. Pass it on to somebody else, you know, later on. It could be used any year, but what a lovely diary, something that to keep and look back on what you've done and what you made and the fabrics you used. Beautiful reference piece, and it comes in a lovely box as well. Fantastic. So please do check out with that, because we don't have that many left. I'm going to package it back up nicely. So as I said to you, we have got 3 guests today. Lucky, that really lovely guest today. So coming up today on Sewing Street, we have got the Sewing Street selections now at 8 o'clock, which is a range of beautiful projects and really lovely ones as well. Tools and books and all sorts. That's lovely. 9 o'clock, we've got Debbie Harris on with her Rosie Rabbit, and we have got 3 different kits. There's Rosie. We have got 3 different kits to make with that. Amazing value bundles, loads of fabric. You can make 3 rabbits with each bundle, even fabric for the dress and the ears and everything, the patterns as well. So Debbie will be showing us how to make those at 9. At 10 o'clock, we have got the Christmas tree skirt with Sally Stevens. Oh, I'm so pleased to see Sally today. Used to work with her when we were on Sewing Quarter, and I have not seen her, I think, in 2 years. So it's a joy. She's one of my favourite designers, so I'm really looking forward to working with her today. And isn't that gorgeous? We had a long chat about what colour I might do my Christmas tree skirt in. 2 kits to choose from that one. The lovely Debbie will be back with us at 11. We've got a brand new range of fabrics, the Henry Glass Jacobean Joyeux collection. Beautiful. We have got panels, that one in the middle, that's a sample that Debbie's made for us. That's the panel in the middle. We've got fabric by the ½ metre. We've got a bundle. It is a beautiful range of fabric, all inspired by the Jacobean design tradition. And then at 12 o'clock, it's yarn laning, and we have got the wonderful Barbara Murdoch from Tatting and Design. She is on with me to teach tatting for beginners, for both needle tatting and shuttle tatting. So if you've never seen tatting before, oh, you're going to love this. She's an absolute expert and the most fantastic teacher. We've had her on air before and you have loved her. Her kits always sell out, so we have got her back today, but that's at 12 o'clock on Yarn Lane. Anyway, if you want to shop with us, the easiest way to do it is online. You need to go to www.sewingstreet.com. If you then click on Watch Live there, you can then scroll down. There's the early bird. See that bit there? You can write me a message, question, photos, comments, anything you like, and then send it. Now, underneath it, there'll be 2 columns, one called pre-order and one today called Today Show Deals. Pre-order are the things I haven't talked about yet, but are coming up. Today Show Deals are the things I have talked about. So you can just, the good thing about the pre-order is you can get ahead. So you can buy all of the products before I go through them, and then you're not at risk of them being sold out. So this is everything that's on the 8 o'clock. There's the rabbits that are going to be on at 9 o'clock. If you want to get ahead, wow, $19.99, it's amazing that for 3 rabbits. 3 rabbits. Look at that, some of them have already sold out. Whoa. Those are 2 of the fabrics that were in the bundle. Those are the 2 bundles for the beautiful Christmas tree skirt. You can buy the pattern on its own or the fabric kits to make them. And I was chatting to Sally, we have got time to make them before Christmas, so it's all good. These are the Henry glass. Look at that panel. It's those beautiful mixture of acanthus leaves and Jacobean design. They're just fantastic, aren't they? That panel is only $7.49 as well. We've got fabrics by the half metre, all from the whole range. Beautiful. And we've got little bundles as well. We've got plain fabrics to go with it. Then, and there's the big bundle. Now, just confuse you, it does only show the panel in the bundle, but it isn't, the bundle is not just the panel. You get 10 half metres plus the panel, and half a metre of that is free. Bargain, $82.39. So just be aware that you need to get ahead with that. So that is Sewing Street, all on pre-order this morning. Now we've got a whole selection. It's like my little sewing shop this morning. Where shall we start? We're going to start with the cards. I like these. Now I'm thinking present. Look at this. It's the Quilt Builder card deck. I said to Hannah, are they coasters? You could use them. In here, there are 40 blocks, 8 layouts, and endless possibilities. Look at that. So they all come in a really nice box. I thought it was a game. It's like one of those game boxes filled with all of these little cards. So we've worked out the yellow cards are the information cards. I'm sure they should have made it into a game, shouldn't they? So it tells you all about the yardage you need, how to do cut finish bites. There's lots of information. How to sew half square triangles, very important. Corner alignment. I mean, this is all the sort of quilt information. How to work out fabric for a quilt, all of that. So you've got lots and lots of information on all of these. Then you've got all of this is the best bit, all of these quilt layouts. So here's a basic layout of a quilt on there. It tells you what you need. The finished quilt size is 60 by 72. 12 by 12 inch blocks, you need 30 blocks, and then it gives you some information about how to do different layouts of it. This is fab, isn't it? So all of these different things, it tells you how you can create the blocks, all different layouts in this one. So they all are colour coded, and then these are the blocks, the ones with the grey on the back. So it shows you, right, if you want to make this block, that you need to cut, what you need to cut for each to make one block, and how many you need to cut if you need, different size blocks. So all of these, they're all instructions. I mean, they're very basic, but they're just cutting really sort of measurements for what you need to cut. But you can quite easily see, look, that's what the block looks like. That's how many I need to cut. And depending on what size blocks you need, how you do it. Look at all of these. You've got the windmill, mosaic number 5, Old Maid's Ramble. Oh, I like that one. We've got Old Tipper Canoe, never heard of that one. Coxey's Camp, Mosaic number 11. There's loads here, aren't there? Now we are on single figures of this. Churn Dash, that's one of my favourites. So, and because then you look, actually on the other side, there's a picture. So you look on that side and you go, oh, I like that one. That's the Sparkling Star. You can use it for quilt layouts. You could put them all together. You could think, oh, well, I'll put them all together. Right, I'm going to make a sampler quilt. You could work it all out. I do like Sparkling Star. It is, and the good thing is that all the information, so if you think, oh, well, this uses half square triangles, if you go to the yellow cards, they show you how to do that. We've got Old Windmill, they just keep going. Barrister's Block. That's what that one looks like. Washington Sidewalk, Square and Star. But it's nice because they're in shades of grey on that side. It doesn't make, you're not sort of drawn by colour or not like it because of colour, because they're like that. I like the sunshine. Toad in a Puddle. Love the name of quilt blocks. Why is that one called Toad in a Puddle? Is that the toad? And those are the ripples coming out from the toad. Triangles and stripes, double sawtooth, Jacob's ladder. There are only 4 of these left. So there are loads. What a brilliant, $14.99. I mean, look at the inspiration. Crow's feet. These are gorgeous, aren't they? Anyway, we only have 3 left of those. So if you want that one, you need to pop it. You need to check out, not just put it in your basket. You do need to check out as well. So that's the Quilt Builder card deck. I like that. The rectangle, this one, the big one. This is your sort of basic quilter's ruler. I really need a new one of these. I think I've had mine for about 20 years, and mine isn't Creative Grids. It's nice. It's but I like this one. The good thing about this size is, because I do a lot of cutting of strips, is that you can cut the full width of fabric with this. Obviously, you fold it in half first, but it will fit across the whole width. So if you've got to cut, say, 5 2.5-inch strips, if you fold your fabric in half selvage to selvage and press it, then you can trim the edge off and then you can easily cut. So it's a really good way. In fact, I use this most of the time, even when I'm cutting small things, because it has the 60-degree angle in it, which is, and the 45 degrees. So I use that one when I'm trimming half square triangles, because you can lay that across the centre. It's all marked in 1/8 of an inch increments. But the best thing is it has these brilliant Creative Grids, slightly textured blobs, not just round the edge, but through the middle. And that just means that it doesn't slip. Mine is so old now, it's starting to slip. But once you put your hand on it, it really keeps it still. This is a beautiful ruler. Beautiful. So if you are starting out on your rotary cutting journey, I would say buy one of these and buy a smaller one as well when you're cutting little things, because to be able to cut across a full width of fabric saves so much time. You know, even if you're cutting binding strips, if you're dressmaking and you want to do binding, you can cut on the bias with this, but you can cut such a long length and it's so much quicker. So that is your basic. Really, this is, you know, if you are rotary cutting, this is the really useful thing, because you can cut much quicker with it. $23.99 Creative Grids non-slip rectangle. Right, that's that one. We've also got it as a big square. The big square. I don't think it's called that. But it's 12.5 by 12.5. Again, I mean, different Creative Grids are good for different things. Obviously, the other one is good for the full width. But this is great when you are trimming blocks or where you're cutting smaller pieces, because it goes up to the 12-inch. You know what it's like if you're cutting half square triangles? It's got the diagonal printed there, so it's very, very easy to trim it to size. It's got all of the increments on it. It has got the trademark Creative Grids texture piece around the edge. But this is just, you're not going to be cutting your full width here. This is for cutting squares, triangles, rectangles. It's just a smaller size, so it's more manageable for when you're cutting smaller things, but brilliant for trimming blocks to size. So maybe you've made a 10-inch block or a 12-inch block and you're going to join them all together to make a big quilt. You can much more easily trim it to size because you can lay out the edges, whereas the bigger one, this one is only the 6 inches wide, 6.5 inches wide. This means you can trim blocks very easily and very quickly. So this is another great basic ruler. If you're only just starting out with rotary cutting, you will soon realise you will have a very large ruler collection, because they're all very good for different things. And they last for ages. I really need to get one of these, because they go. And also on every ruler there's this little QR code thing here. All you have to do is open up the camera bit on your phone and hover your phone over there into your... Oh, it only works with iPhones. You have to get a QR reader, but you can do it with your iPhone, and you hover over, and once it comes into focus, as if by magic, your phone then takes you to the website, and it gives you all the information and all the details and the videos on how to use this ruler. And every one of the Creative Grids ruler comes with this QR code. It's just brilliant. And they're all designed, Creative Grids are all designed by quilters for quilters. So they are designed because they know what you need to do with them. So if you're not sure or you want some tips, and quite often I've found when I've done this, is that I've got a ruler, I didn't realise what it could do. You go onto the QR code, takes you to their website, and you suddenly realise how many things you can do with that ruler. So $23.99. Log cabin, that's this one. Trim tool. Ooh. So if you love log cabin, I love log cabin. I think actually log cabin is the first quilt I ever made. I made it for a friend for a wedding, and this is fantastic. You can use it for log cabin or courthouse steps, and you use it to trim the blocks because it's got your centre here and then it's got the edge one. So once you've sewn one side to the centre and the other side to the centre, and you keep going round and round, you use it for trimming every single piece. Again, it has the QR code, or if you just go onto the Creative Grids website, if you don't want to do that, go onto creativegrids.com and look up the log cabin. Again, you will find YouTubes, you'll find information, and it will tell you exactly how to use this. But if you want to make log cabins, if you like making log cabins, this will not only save you time, but it will also increase the accuracy of your cutting and piecing and your quilting, because you're trimming after you've sewn as well. So you will find it much easier to get that perfect, more professional looking finish. Now, every one of these as well comes, because these are unpackaged, they also come, this is a different one, but they also come with a piece of paper like this. And on the other side, you've got all the information as well. So it's not just, you don't have to go onto websites, it all is all in there as well. But if you're more of a visual learner and you like seeing videos and YouTubes and walk like that, they have all of that information. That's the brilliant thing about Creative Grids, is that it does give you more than you're just paying for. Here's a picture of the blocks that you can make. So this is taken from the Creative Grids website. So you've got log cabins, you've got courthouse steps there. All different ones, and when you go on their website, it will show you how to make them as well. Beautiful, beautiful. Right, that's that one. Now we've also got curvy log cabin. Is that this one? Yes, it looks exactly the same, but it's smaller. So this is an 8-inch curvy log cabin trim tool, and as I said, it tells you here exactly, it shows you very, very clearly how to do it. So this isn't your normal log cabin. This is where, in a normal log cabin, all of the strips are the same width. So you join them to a centre square. With this one, the strips are different widths, and then you can get this sort of effect. Because the strips are different widths, by piecing them in different ways, again, all of the information is on their website, you can create the curvy log cabin effect. And depending on how you arrange the blocks, you can create a circle. That's lovely. We've got an example of what you can make. This is just, Hannah's just taken this off Pinterest. Wow! I love that. I love that one in the bottom right. It's like swirls, isn't it? I mean, that's amazing. And look at that rainbow one, because they've used light coloured fabrics for the swirls. That is actually very impressive, isn't it? And look at this little tool, $22.99, and you can create that. And it isn't just the tool that you're buying, you're also getting all of the instructions and information how to get onto all of the YouTubes and the videos. Go onto Pinterest, put in curvy log cabin, see what other people have done. If you need some ideas for fabric inspiration, this is a fantastic tool. I mean, it's just a little thing, isn't it? But it's been so carefully designed and engineered that it will create those beautiful things. I mean, even just the little, I love the circle. That's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, and it all depends. Once you've learned how to make the block, because it is honestly just one block, depending on how you arrange the blocks, in what order and what configuration, depends how you do that. Now, if you've got your quilting planner, I'm thinking this is January. This is my January project. I like that. $22.99, what a fantastic price. I mean, for what you're getting from it, all those different things you can do. Because sometimes it's just having the ideas and knowing what to do. And if you can get a tool that makes it easier, then why not? $22.99. Let's put that one there. I have one more Creative Grids for you. This is the 60-degree equilateral triangle. Obviously perfect for cutting 60-degree equilateral triangles of all different sizes as well. So if you're making quilts where you need to use different triangles, this will cut triangles up to 8 inches. Now look, here's a picture of things that people have made using this ruler. That's quite impressive. Look at that S1. So the one in the top left hand corner is using border prints. We've got a lovely border print coming up at the 11 o'clock in the Jacobean fabrics. That is beautiful. Isn't that amazing? For them, this little triangle ruler, you can create all of these things. I mean, you know, the bottom right one is just simple triangles pieced, but look at that top right one. It's like interlocking stars. You know, if you're ever going to create something, always go on. If you haven't been on Pinterest before, I remember the day I discovered it. Oh, it's just, I spent hours of not wasted, feel like wasted time on Pinterest. You just put in something, go onto Pinterest, you need to get the app, and then you just type in what you want, whether it's 60-degree triangle or pictures of butterflies. And you get hundreds of pictures and loads of inspiration. Honestly, it's just the best place. So with this little ruler, £20.99, you can create some beautiful things. So if you're thinking, I want to try some different designs, I want to take my quilting up to another level, I want to do some different shapes, I've done strips, want to try something else, this is a really good place to start, because triangles can create many other things. And again, you've got the QR code that you can scan, go onto the Creative Grids website, and they will give you full instructions as well as YouTubes and inspiration for you. You can never have too many rulers, to be honest. And the way that they're engineered and they are designed by quilters for quilters, they work and they're really useful. And they have all the different lines that are in here, whether it's the dotted ones or the white ones or the black ones. There are reasons for those lines. And when you go onto the website, it will explain exactly what the different lines are for. But they just... It's one of those tools that when you've got it, you think, that's fantastic. Love that. So that's a very small selection. If you want to have a look at more of the Creative Grids tools we use, go on to sewingstreet.com. We have got lots of them. So a little bit for everyone, but these are just a few of my favourites for you. Oh yeah, ooh, a whole bundle of beautiful hand sewing needles. This is the time, treat yourself. Get new needles. Now this is interesting because in our Jacobean fabric hour at 11, the reason that the Jacobean tradition really worked in sewing is that the Jacobean period of the 1600s is brought along the advent of sewing needles, hand sewing needles being made in Britain. And it was the crewel needle that was made that meant that people could start sewing with wool, so they could start doing crewel embroidery. And then the Jacobean period with all the designs, the two went together, and that just really increased sewing and design in England. And this is the perfect selection, because if you want to do crewel embroidery or normal embroidery or any sort of sewing, you need the right needle for the job. And the fantastic thing about needles is they're not very expensive. So we have got, to start with, we've got the embroidery needle, which is also called the crewel needle. Crewel or embroidery, they're called. Sizes 5 to 10, large oval shaped eyes, easy to thread and nice sharp points. Then the long darners, one of my favourite needles at the moment, very long, originally used for darning, but very good for embroidery as well, because they're nice and long. I like doing French knots with them, but they're actually nice larger eyes, so they're quite good for general sewing if you're sewing on maybe a long button or something. The chenille needle exactly does the same thing as the embroidery needle, but used for thicker threads. Looks like a tapestry needle. It's got that large eye, and often people think of them as tapestry needles, but they have a sharp point. I use these for my knitting and my crochet for sewing in ends, because most people use a blunt-ended needle, but I find if you use a chenille needle, then you can pierce the yarn when you're sewing into the back of something and it stays in better. But they are used for embroidery for slightly thicker threads. Leather needles, they have a chisel-shaped point, so they are perfect for sewing through leather, PU, oilcloth, any non-woven fabric. Sharps, these are your all-purpose needles, perfect for, because they've got little eyes, so very good for sewing thread, and very sharp points. Perfect for hemming, sewing on buttons, general sewing, slip stitching, bias binding into place, all that sort of thing. Milliner's straw needles, originally used for hat making. Single figures on this bundle, so quick. I use them for embroidery because they are really good for French knots because they're nice and long, and I find it easier to do satin stitch. Between quilting needles, again used for quilting because they're very short and they have little eyes, so you can get lots of stitches on your needle at the same time. I'm going through these really quick. Tapestry needle, large eyes, blunt points, the only one with the blunt points. So obviously they are used for cross stitch and needlepoint. You can also use them for sewing in ends, for knitting and crochet, depending on whether you want to use a chenille or this. Also good if you want to thread things through things, or if you're doing embroidery where it's a woven embroidery and you need a blunt point. And finally, beading needles, very long, very fine, very small eyes. These are fine enough that you can fit a seed bead on the end. So if you're adding beads to your embroidery or you're doing beading, these are perfect. They're very bendy as well, so you can get lots of needles on. So that is your complete collection. Now, if you find that your sewing needles happen to be a mixed bag of something that you found in the back of the supermarket, if you use the right needle for the job, and as soon as it goes slightly black or it starts to not go through the fabric properly, change your needle. They are extremely inexpensive. A new needle will make a big difference. Just like your sewing machine, the first thing if your sewing machine is going wrong is change your needle, and the same with hand sewing. And if you use the right needle for the job, it makes a big difference. Only £13.99. You can have a whole lot. Wicked. More people with those in baskets, I don't blame me. I always have a spare packet. It's like having ketchup in the house, isn't it? Always have one on the go and a spare packet as well. Yeah, Anne says, yes, you don't want to run out of ketchup, do you? The Aurifil Dressmaking Essentials Bundle. Now, in the same way that we love to have nice needles, we also love to have nice thread. This is Aurifil thread. I think it's 40. Oh, it's a mixture of 12, 28, 40 and 50. Perfect for all different sorts. So you've got the 50 is your normal weight that you would use for normal seams. And then the other ones are used for the other weights are used for different things. So you've got things like Shashko embroidery. So let me show you what we have in the box. So the heaviest weight is 12. Now that's really good for top stitching, sewing denim, very good for decorative embroidery, because it's so thick. Then we've got 28 weights. So they're all different colours, but different weights and different colours as well. What does it say? Look at all those colours. So so they are sort of your basic colours that you need. You've got white, cream, grey and black. So those are sort of your neutrals. Then you've got a lighter navy and a darker navy, and then you've got these neutrals that will go then with most colours. This is your kind of your top stitching colours, the orange and the ochre, and then you've got beige and green. So these are just really useful for all different sorts of sewing, depending on the weight that you need, from general piecing. You've got them, and the darker blue and the creams are for Shashko, and the different ends of the spools tell you what weight they are as well. So just got to have a look which one is which. The silver ones are the 28. 12 weighted, so these are your thicker ones. Then you've got the 28s. The green ones are... Oh, I can't remember. I can't actually see what that one is. Which ones are? Maybe I'll have to find out which ones the orange ones are. Green is 40. There we go. So that must be 50. So those are. So it's a real sort of basic pattern. So if you want to do normal hand machine or hand sewing, whether you want to do top stitch decorative sewing, or you know when you need a heavier weight for going through like a denim or a corduroy or a canvas fabric. So it is your basic colours, but it's dressmaking. I mean, it is your dressmaking essentials. But I like the way that you've also got a couple of threads for Shashko, because a lot of dressmaking you want to put a bit of interest and embellishment on. Anyway, all 100% cotton, 10 small spools, all in your sort of basic colourway. So that covers all of the dressmaking, the essential dressmaking thread that you need. Only £32.99. And obviously, as you know, Aurifil is the most beautiful, beautiful thread. It's Egyptian long staple cotton. It's made in Italy. The colours have been selected by Jenny Smith, fantastic dressmaker and quilter as well. So that is a beautiful gift to yourself. Love having packs of thread. because you've never got the right colours if you buy them individually, I find. I bought myself a lovely pack of thread of 30 different colours, and I use it all the time because it's just nice to have that choice, because when you buy them individually you're never really sure which ones to buy unless it's for a specific project. So that's the Aurifil Dressmaking Essentials, £32.99. What should we do next? Dressmaking scissors? Ooh, these are nice. Heavy duty dressmaking shears. Let's get them out. So these are beautiful, proper dressmaking shears, stainless steel blades. These are, you know, really for cutting, like tailor shears. They're for cutting your fabric with, not for cutting your threads. £16.99. That is an amazing price. I mean, it says on here, ideal for fabric, leather, or any other thick material. Yeah, I mean, these will go through several layers of fabric. They are super sharp. You can hear it when you cut them like that. And I often get people say to me, what sewing machine do you recommend? And I need a decent pair of scissors. What do you recommend? And I always say, buy yourself a big pair of shears. You know they're shears because they've got one handle bigger than the other handle. That makes them shears. They're also flat. You see, they will lie here, they lay flat on the table, so that when you're cutting, you're keeping the scissors flat on the table. And really, you know, your smaller household scissors just aren't big enough, because in order to cut accurately, you need that size of blade to go all the way through. Obviously, you need smaller scissors as well for different things, but if you're cutting fabric, you're cutting out dress patterns, particularly if you're cutting denim or canvas or something thicker as well. But these are so sharp, they're perfect as well. You can use them for lighter weight fabrics, any fabrics really. It's just that they will cope with the thicker fabrics. If you're thinking, I need a new pair of dressmaking scissors, I need some tailor shears, these are the ones. I mean, I just think, well, there are loads of different ones, but for £16.99, I think that price for this quality is amazing, really, because you don't often get dressmaking shears at this price. They've got 10.5-inch blades. So Millwood as well, great. I mean, very old traditional company. In fact, they are the same company as the needles. It's qualities, and you know, and I always think you do get what you pay for, but these are an amazing cost. But they're, you know, I always say to people, go for a name, go for a brand that you know, because then you know they've got heritage and they've got their quality, because they wouldn't have lasted this long if they were making rubbish things. So, and that is extremely good price, £16.99 for those. And they come in a nice box, so if you're thinking of buying presents as well, with scissors like this, I'd probably keep them in the box as well. Fiskars, another great name, synonymous with the orange handled scissors. But they also do rotary cutters as well. First rotary cutter I ever bought, ever, back in the dark ages, was a Fiskars one. And I bought it purely because it had a patterned handle, and I've still got it. It's got flowers on it. In fact, the other day I gave it to my daughter because she wanted one. And I said, you can have my first ever one. But I did give her a new blade. That was kind, wasn't it? Because I only had one left. This is beautiful though, isn't it? And I bought mine specifically because I love the coloured handles. These are really good because they have a switch that put the a safety switch so that you can pull it back each time and keep it safe. It's the 45mm blade, so very easy to change because the 45mm spare blades are easy to buy. This is kind of middle of the range size. There are 3 sizes of rotary cutter. There's the 28, the 45 and the 60. The 28 is used for smaller, when you're cutting around curved shapes. The 60 for bigger piece of fabric. But for the 45, that's your general one that you will use if you've not done rotary cutting before. This is the general one that you use. Or if you need another one. Or I have a special one that I use only for cutting paper, because you mustn't cut your... You can cut it, but it's a bit like your scissors. Keep one rotary cutter just for paper, because I'm often cutting paper and card and different things. Well, other people in my house are trimming things. You know when you want to trim a photo down or something? Rotary cutter is the best thing for that. So if you need an extra one, quite nice to have a pretty one, because then you know not to use it for other things. Or if you just want a nice one. Or if you're thinking about, you know, giving someone a starter set for Christmas with a cutter and a ruler and a mat. That's a nice pretty one, isn't it? £14.99. Spare blades are available. Best press. Oh, is this the scent-free one? Now, this is fantastic. There's a lot of people who talk about this all the time. I know Sally Ann Harrison's always talking about best press. When you're cutting fabric and you want to stop it distorting, particularly if you're cutting fabric on the bias, whether it's bias binding or in patchwork, you know, when you're cutting half square triangles and you're cutting across the bias, if you spray with best press first, it's like putting starch on. It gives it a little bit of stiffness. Maybe you're sewing with lawn fabric and you want a bit of stiffness for it for when you're sewing. It's like spraying starch on, but it isn't starch. So it doesn't give it that sort of stickiness. It just gives it extra body. It will wash out as well, but it just gives extra body. And so you just give when you make cutting fabric, give it a quick spritz with this, press it, and then it will have a little bit more body. It's much easier to deal with and a lot more accurate. Particularly, you know, I know I've used cotton lawn for dressmaking, and for some pieces, particularly if you're making a blouse and you've got sleeves and necklines and stuff and it goes all wibbly, or even if you're using something like chiffon, this is brilliant. But for normal quilting fabric, it's great, particularly if you're cutting on the bias, because it just holds its shape better. And it's clear and it's scent free and it washes out and it won't flake. And it's comes in a nice spray bottle as well. I won't spray it. Oh, it's not on, I think. So it gives it starch, well, sort of like starch, and it gives it sizing. So you can use it on all fabrics. It doesn't flake. It doesn't give residue. It does make ironing easier. You know, when you open up a piece of fabric and it's got that crease down the centre because it's been on the bolt, very difficult to get rid of. Using best press for things like that, or if you get, sometimes when fabric's been on the bolt and it's slightly creased the way it's been folded, quite hard to get those wrinkles and creases out. But if you give it a quick spritz with best press, it makes it a lot easier. You can use it for your normal ironing. You don't have to just use it for sewing as well. It does say it guards fabric from soiling. It's like a Scotch guard and everything all in one. Anyway, I mean, it tells you exactly how to use it. Spray onto fabric and an iron away. And that's all. Really, really simple. It's a very good product. Loads of our guest designers use it all the time and always say when they come on air, if you've got the best press, because I want to use it. This is a brilliant product. They love it. $11.99. That's going to last you a long time, and it's completely scent free, so it won't add any odours at all. Nice gift as well. It is, you know, if you know somebody who sews and you think, well, I don't know what they've got and what equipment, I want to just buy them a little gift, I bet they haven't got best press. And it is a lovely product. Right. Next in my shop, where's underneath where? Oh, sorry. I don't know what she was talking about. I've got Hannah talking to me, telling me this is what we're going to do next. Could not see it. The Quilter's Cut and Press. I said to Hannah, I don't know, well, this is for quilting. This is brilliant for knitting and crochet and embroidery, isn't it? Because you can block things. It's got all different size circles and squares on here. When you do blocking of knitting or crocheting, you need to block a granny square or something. You could wet it slightly, dampen it, and you can use these lines to pin it out to shape. Just put the pins through. Obviously, it's you can use it for pressing. It's got foam underneath, so it's perfect for pressing. And so you, on the other side, you can do cutting. So if you want to do a little bit of cutting and pressing, maybe you're doing foundation paper piecing and you want it just next to your machine, you don't have to keep getting up to the ironing board. If you've got a mini iron as well, you can use it. So it's ideal for that, and it's little. It's got a handle as well, so you can hang it up, put it on the wall to keep it out of the way, and you can just keep flipping it over. So you want to do particularly things like FPP or half square triangles where you want to press them open, then trim them. This is ideal. But honestly, I think if you do knitting or crochet as well, that's fantastic blocking board, because you can pin into it, and you've got the circles as well. So if you want to pin a circle to shape, that's perfect for that. So sometimes what you want to do with, particularly with fabric, you know, when you've got a square fabric, and particularly if it's a lightweight fabric, to keep it back in shape, you can pin it out to this and then give it a quick press, and then it'll be back in shape again. $34.99, but it makes a fantastic mini ironing board and cutting mat. So if you're going to workshops and you always have to queue for the cutting mats and the ironing boards, you can take your own, and it's small enough, isn't it? You can just fit it in a little tote bag. You know, ideal, space saving and lovely. And it does say to store, hang or lay flat. It's quite easy, it's got a handle. You do need to keep it flat though because of the cutting mat. perfect. Perfect. So, this one. Yes. This is like double-sided sticky tape, but for quilting. So it is just like double-sided tape. So you stick it on one side and then you and peel off the paper and you stick it on the other. Now, this is washable, so fantastic for holding things in place, particularly good for zips. So when you want to insert a zip and you're maybe inserting it, well, even if you're sewing it onto a single layer of fabric, rather than trying to pin it into place, quite difficult because those zip tapes are quite thick, aren't they? And then when you've got the slider, it starts distorting it. Rather than tacking it and then sewing it, you can use this quilter tape to easily stick it in place. If you're doing something like making a cosmetic bag or a zip purse and you're lining it, so you've got the zip between the outer and the lining fabrics, you can stick these to both sides, then you can sew through. Much easier than using pins or tacking or even glue, because there's no mess at all. It's just the tape, and it's really, really narrow, so it won't get in the way. And the good thing is that you can sew through it without gumming up your sewing machine needle, because it's designed for that. Maybe you've got a fabric that you don't want to pin or can't pin, like PU or very light cotton lawn or velvets. You don't want to leave a mark in them. It's ideal for that. And a lot of people, when they're sewing with PUs or leather, say, well, how do I pin? Well, you can use fabric clips, but fabric clips you can't use everywhere. If you've ever tried to put a zip into some PU, it's quite hard. But if you use this tape, it just holds it in place so that you can sew more accurately. You get a better finish as well. I think often people think, oh, it's quilter's tape, I can only use it for quilting, but it should be called sewing tape. A lot of bag makers use it, particularly for putting in zips and things, but loads of bag makers use it. But it's just really useful, particularly if you're sewing several layers together, to just put this, and because it's so narrow, really won't get in the way. You can use it then more accurately. I've found the end of it now. So look, that's what... I couldn't find the end, that's because it was stuck down. So it's, yeah, you can see it's just like normal. It's sticky on that side, and then when you peel off the paper, it's sticky on the other side as well. I'll stick it back together again. And it's washable as well, which is perfect, isn't it? But it won't gum up your sewing machine needle, so you can't just use normal glue. You do need to use that as well. Right, and the sticky bits come back off. Right, I have here a PU bag handle. I always think it's nice when you put a bit of hardware onto a bag. In the bag as well is the rivets to attach them on. There's the picture. I'm going to keep them in the bag, but they are the rivets that go on it. It's PU, but it really does look like leather. Really beautiful. I always think if you're making a bag, hardware makes quite a big difference. So if you've made a bag and you put on proper handles, it suddenly makes it look really professional and high end, very high street. When you use metal hardware, when you're putting like D-rings and toggle clasps and all that, it's lovely. But what a nice handle. So this is perfect if you think on a bag, you could use it like on a tote bag. So if you were making even something as simple as a fabric, like a floral printed fabric tote bag, something like that, if you put these handles on, it suddenly makes it look very expensive. And it comes with the rivets as well. So you've got the ends and the tops, you just need a hammer. But put a piece of fabric between the rivet and your hammer as well. And then that holds them in place. But it's lovely. I think that's really good, because they look really good quality. So £9.99, or if you were making something a bit more substantial, like an overnight bag or a hold all, and you want some really strong handles on it and you want to give it that sense of quality, that is perfect. And if you were doing things, like men's bags, and you want something a bit more sturdy and robust, perfect for that. £9.99, and that's 2 handles and all the rivets that you need for it. What should we do next? Dress patterns. Oh, I've got loads of dress patterns. It's like my sewing shop, this is. These are all by Sew Over It. That's first. The Georgie dress. Oh, right. So this is in 2 sizes. The first one I've got here is size 6 to 20. That's a lovely, it's a wrap over dress. And I think it's all jersey fabric. Lightweight knits. Both of them, such as Ponte Roma or just viscose jerseys. So it's a wrap over dress. Well, that's very nice, isn't it? So on the back, it explains all of the fabric that you need and what sort of fabric, but it is a jersey. So let's show you here on the back of the pattern. It gives you there the body measurements, so you can decide what size you need, because the other size I've got is size 18 to 30. So you can choose what size you need, and then it also tells you exactly how much fabric you need as well, depending on the width of the fabric. That's a really classic sort of crossover. It's not a crossover all the way, it's just over the crossover at the top. Very flattering because it's got that slightly lower V-neck neckline. So it's not too high. I think it's more flattering for the face as well. And it is for a confident beginner. And then then if you want the bigger size 18 to 30, that's this pattern here. So they are covering with the 2 patterns. That's really good. Sizes 6 to 30. So that's quite good, isn't it? So across the 2 patterns, you've got them all. And again, on the back, that gives you all the information you need about fabric requirements. Yes. Oh, on the website, they've got the same dress but different images. So just check that the description. This is the correct one. Size 18 to 30. That is the correct one. If you want to buy that size of it, they've just put on the website. There's the wrong picture, in case you get. Oh, it's the right dress. Oh, okay, but right, it's a different variation. But if you want the size 18 to 30, this is the code that you need. That one on screen. And if you just take a quick snapshot of that or pause it, that tells you how much fabric that you will need to buy for the dress, and work out what size as well. So we've got loads of other patterns, lots and lots of Sew Over It patterns, but we need to go, oh, that's a nice one. So this is all the Lisa Comfort patterns. I like these. These are nice blouse. These are all on the website, like that one. The Pussy Bow blouse, pretty, isn't it? These are all on the website. If you go on to sewingstreet.com and then scroll down, you will see them all. If you click on Watch Live, they are all there. So if you want to see any of those or buy any of those, they're all there. I haven't had time to go through everything. Anyway, we need to go and have a quick break now. And back in a couple of minutes is Debbie Harris with the rabbit, Rosie Rabbit. So I will see you back here very, very soon.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
We know know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hi, I'm Debbie Harris, and I'm so excited to be one of the new guest designers here on Sewing Street. I live and work in Melton Mowbray in Leicestershire, where I run my own knitting and sewing business called Mabel and Deb. I specialise in sewing and knitting and crocheting, and I've been doing all of those three things from being a little girl when my mum taught me all things knitting, crochet and sewing. Started off just crocheting little chain stitches and granny squares, and then actually patchwork sewing little hexagons, and they're still my favourite shape to sew now. I used to be a school teacher. For over 20 years I was teaching in classrooms, and just had the knitting and the crochet and sewing as a background hobby, but now I get to do this as my job, and I'm absolutely passionate about it and really want to share all that passion and excitement with you guys. A tip that I think is worth sharing with you is always use quality materials. So whether that's your fabrics or your threads or wool, the difference in the quality of your materials can really make a difference to your finished project. And always use the right tools, so whether it's a rotary cutter or a pair of scissors that are specially made for that job, that too can make all the difference. My claim to fame in 2020 was being one of the winners of the Great British Make Off here on Sewing Street when I did my debut sewing demonstration in November last year. And it was just a wonderful experience, and I'm so excited to be here on my Sewing Street journey with you all, bringing you lots of tips, techniques, and looking forward to doing lots of exciting projects with you throughout the year. So lovely to meet you, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
And welcome back to Sewing Street, and this hour is all about Rosie Rabbit. Debbie Harris has oh look, there she is, look at her, she's so cute. I like her little headband. And you get everything in the kit to make all of it, the rabbit and the clothes, and it has, are they pants? Pants, and it's pants. Not only that, there is enough in the kit to make 3, possibly 4, depending on how careful you are with your cutting, but definitely 3 rabbits. $19.99. Can't believe that. We've got 3 different bundles, so that you've just now got to choose what colourway you want. So in the bundle, you get full instructions, beautifully printed with the photos. Look, there's the templates, everything you need, beautiful full colour walkthrough photos, and all the instructions. And that explains how you do it and what you need for everything and how you make them. Comes with dresses and pants, different coloured ears, and there's the templates as well. So once you've got this set of instructions, you can make hundreds of rabbits. I am thinking Christmas presents. That's my theme of today, because I've suddenly woke up in a panic that I hadn't done any Christmas shopping. So right, that's it. Now I'm going to make them. But aren't they just beautiful? Now you've just got to choose the colour. So in this bundle, we have got 1/2 metre of the grey, and that's bodies. That's the body of the rabbit. Okay. We've then got, hang on, let me just move that one, I'm getting confused. Right, so that's for the body of the rabbit. We've then got 1/2 metre of Christmas fabric. That's to make a dress. Sorry, that's fat quarter. fat quarter of Christmas fabric to make Rosie a Christmas dress. Now this is free. We put that in as a special extra for you. That is why this bundle is such fantastic value, because you get a fat quarter of Christmas fabric, which is enough to make Rosie a Christmas dress and pants, and that's free. And then you get 2 fat quarters, actually half a metre, of this beautiful floral fabric. So you can use that for the dress and the pants and the inside of the ears. There is enough fabric to make 2 rabbits from the half a metre of grey. So I'm thinking, you know, you could make a pair of rabbits for somebody. You could have a summer dress. You can have then the Christmas dress. And we know what it is, like with children love redressing their animals, all sorts. You know, if you wanted to make their own clothes, if you wanted to, you know, design your own, you've got a lot of fabric there. You could even use half of this to make a floral rabbit. You don't have to have a grey rabbit. It'd be quite nice to make a grey rabbit and a floral rabbit, and then it could have a Christmas dress. The grey rabbit, this one could have a Christmas dress, you know, all sorts of combinations. All the quantities you need are in the instructions, so it's up to you how you do it. And you also get a skein of black stranded cotton, which you know need for embroidering the details. £19.99, so that's the grey rabbit. Right, really, really popular. Next rabbit. This is the pink rabbit. So now this is slightly different. So real choice of rabbits here. So this is the pink. So this is what you'll make the rabbit's body and head with in pink. You have got half a metre, enough to make 2 rabbits with. You've also got a fat quarter of grey fleece to make a fluffy rabbit. And Debbie said if you cut really carefully, you should be able to get 2 rabbits out of that, but you'll definitely get one. Or you could use the other part of it to make a fluffy nightie or fluffy pyjamas for your pink rabbit. So you can make a fluffy rabbit, 2 pink rabbits. You then get a fat quarter free of Christmas fabric to make Rosie her very own Christmas dress. And you get a fat quarter of this beautiful floral fabric to make her day dress. And you get the skein of stranded cotton, and you get all the instructions. So you've got 3, possibly 4 rabbits, Christmas dress, enough to make the dress and the pants. You can choose then which of these fabrics that you want to put on the ears. So I'm thinking I would put the floral with the pink, and I might put a little bit of the check with the grey, up to you. But that's, you know, for £19.99, you've got 3 rabbits with clothes. Amazing value for money. You've just got to choose how you can choose. Final kit. This one is called Blue Rabbit. So let's start with the body. So this is if you want your rabbit to have a blue body. You get half a metre of the blue fabric. It's like a very mid, almost denim-y colour, ocean blue. You get a fat quarter of the pale blue fleece fabric. Look, and the fleece fabric's really wide. It's fat quarter, but it's big, isn't it? And the reason it's big is because fleece is wider than normal fabric. So you can make the rabbit's body from the fleece. And you get a fat quarter of Christmas fabric. This is free. So this one has been chosen specially because it blends, it goes really nicely with the 2 blue fabrics. You get a fat quarter of the pink floral fabric for the day dress, used for the inside of the ears. And, you know, you could make the pants with one colour and the dress with another, or make them the same. And you get your skein of stranded cotton to do the embroidery with. And obviously you get the full instructions. So there's the blue rabbit, the pink rabbit and the grey rabbit. We have also got the instructions on their own. So if you just want the instructions and you want to use your own fabric, we do have those on their own as well. Have we got the price for that one? Oh, sorry, I'm rushing. Going too fast. If you go too fast, then you can't remember what the codes are. Got lots and lots of you coming in to buy this. I mean, this is just lovely. Instructions on their own. They're just coming up on screen now. £9.99. But when you look at the instructions, I mean, I think £9.99, you've got full instruction and all the templates. Fantastic price. But when you think of the bundle at £19.99, that's an amazing price because you're only paying the £9.99 for all of that fabric and the stranded cotton. So up to you how you choose it. Also have one other pattern, which Debbie designed for Rosie Rabbit. So if you want Rosie Rabbit to have her very own picnic blanket, or very lovely if Rosie's in bed and wants a little blanket to put over her, full instructions for how to make her picnic blanket. Look, really cute. That's only $4.99. That if you want the instructions for the picnic blanket. Oh, I've got a picture here of two of the rabbits. So there's the grey rabbit with the Christmas dress, and that's the pink rabbit, but that's a different fabric it's in. But it's just, and that's what it looks like, made in fleece. So you can see, and Debbie's going to be demonstrating with the fleece. The one on the right with the green, that's not one of the bundles, but just so that you could see what they look like when they're made from other fabrics. Those are two little rabbits sitting on the shelf today. So, Debbie, welcome back to Sewing Street.
Thank you.
Lovely to see you. I love the rabbit. Where did you get the idea from? How did Rosie start?
I just wanted, I love making toys. I love making toys. And I just wanted to make a rabbit with the pointy ears, because there are other rabbits that I wasn't really aware of when I made this one. And I thought, but yeah, she's a little bit different. She's a little bit different, isn't she?
I know, but there are lots and lots of different rabbits and bears and cats and all different things. So it's quite nice if you're not aware then, because you just do what you want to do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have done a version of her as well with floppy ears.
Okay.
So you can do her with the floppy ears, just make them a bit bigger.
Right.
But yeah, the stand-up ears are quite nice.
It's really sweet, and it's amazing, isn't it, that you can make so many rabbits?
Yes, out of the bundle.
They don't take a lot of fabric, do they?
No, they don't. No, they don't. But the one thing you do have to do with the pattern is add the 1/4 inch seam allowance on.
Right, okay.
So I use the pattern, the way I do it, and this is quite old and looks a bit well worn now. This is my almost original pattern, so it's made out of really thin card. So I cut that out, and then I draw that onto the fabric here, and then I cut around it. So I will draw that on like a stencil.
Right, okay.
Draw around it with pull it away from the edge. Draw around it with my friction pen, and then, especially with the cotton, I will go around with pinking shears, 1/4 inch. So then it's quite nice because you're sewing on that drawn line.
So it's a bit more accurate in that way. So if you haven't cut your seam allowance perfect, doesn't really matter.
Doesn't really matter, no, because you'll then have your sewing.
You've got your sewing line drawn on already. Oh, brilliant!
Yeah, so that's how I do it when I'm making Rosie, which obviously I've made quite a few of them.
I can imagine you have. Well, that's good though, because now we know she really works. Well, it's great when you've made a lot. Look, because every time you make something, you think, oh no, that would be an easier way to explain it, or something. That's the best way to be able to teach people is to unpick bits yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. It's trial and error, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, to get all the bits right.
Yeah.
I think she's beautiful, and it's not just a gift for somebody, it's just a nice little decoration to be. It doesn't have to be a toy, does it?
No, exactly. Especially the Christmas one. And I just put the headband on her. I just made the headband out of a bit of felt.
And I suppose you can adapt the dress pattern if you wanted to put sleeves in it or make it into a nightie or...
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And I've got the pants. She's wearing the pants.
I like the pants.
But,
I haven't seen the pants.
They're quite... Shall I take
Show
this
us
one
the
down?
pants. We want to see Rosie's pants.
Rude. So there she is, and then I just thought she just needs to be a bit covered up.
This is the bundle that comes with grey. When you look at the image on the website, it looks cream, but it is, and I can assure you it's grey. Look at her big pants.
They're more like bloomers, aren't they, really?
They're more bloomers.
They're
more
big
like
girls'
bloomers.
Pants. But on the pattern, so that's the pattern, you'll see, and you can't properly tell, I suppose, on screen, but the pattern for the pants is it fits. They fit. Whereas this pair, I added about an inch, a good 1/2 inch seam allowance on, because I like them quite baggy.
They are lovely,
I like them
aren't
a bit bloomerish.
Well,
for
young
Christmas.
children, it makes them easier to undress, but I think actually it's just a nice decoration, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you could have a Christmas rabbit.
Yeah.
Instead of a wreath, put it on your front door.
Yeah, lovely. And I like the fact, as you said, that I also wanted a toy that you could undress and put different clothes on.
Love undressing them.
Yeah.
And once you've got the pattern, I'm sure everyone out there has got loads of their own fabric. You can make a whole wardrobe for her.
Yeah. That's
use
my
the
next
fabric
thing.
in your bundle.
Yeah.
And then make a wardrobe for her.
Yeah, different dresses. And as you say, that sort of, if you made it out of a nice lacy fabric, embroidery anglais,
Yes,
that could
yeah.
be like a night dress, couldn't it?
Well, and also if you're making a dress for a child, you can make a matching one because it only needs a small piece of fabric.
Yeah. Or you could make the pantyhose and make the dress a bit shorter so it looks like a nice pyjama set.
True, or like shorts.
Yes,
and t-shirt.
for tennis.
The possibilities endless. When you've made your Rosie Rabbit many things, please send us a photo. We'd love
Oh
to see
yeah,
them.
I do love to see the photos. And it's such an easy make. I like, whatever I make, I just want to make it quite simple so anyone can have a go. And if you want to make it a bit more complicated and add more complex designs, you can.
Yeah, okay. So where do we start?
So start with, as I mentioned, cutting out the pattern, quarter of a seam, leaving the 1/4 inch seam allowance in addition to the actual template here. And you can see all the template pieces I've drawn here. And it also tells you on the pattern how many of each to cut. And then it goes through step by step. So what I've done is I have already made, I've just got one
So
here.
you're using the fleece fabric.
I'm using
here.
the fleece.
Any difference to the cotton?
But it's quite different to sew with. The cotton obviously is more structured, more sturdy, firmer, especially if you use the best press. The fleece is nice and stretchy. Not over stretchy though, it's not uncomfortable. And it's a little bit more forgiving. So when you're sewing with it, it's a little bit more forgiving. So
if you got your kit and you had, which one would you recommend people start with if they were going to use?
possibly the fleece to start with.
Okay.
My preference is the cotton because I prefer the cotton. But yeah, if you were starting out, then
if you
the
were
fleece,
thinking, I want to make a fleece rabbit, and I want to make a cotton.
the fleece one is definitely a bit easier to work with.
So
Yeah,
the
it's
grey
quite
fleece
forgiving.
is in the pink rabbit bundle.
So I've cut out all my pieces as I've just shown you, and then I've already made a leg and an arm and an ear. So they're the finished pieces, and then I'm just going to make the other half of those to show you how I do them. So you're just cutting out 2 pieces exactly the same. Now with the fleece, there's more of a right side and a wrong side, so it's making sure. I would just get in the habit when you're cutting out a pattern to cut them out as mirror image,
Right.
because then that's a good habit to be in.
Then
because
you know they'll be right,
the most of them are mirror image, so you get the right side and the wrong side in the same way. And I've cut them out, and I just use 1 pin just to secure them together. Okay. And then, as you can see on this one, it's quite hard to draw with a friction pen on the fleece. You probably need the tailor's chalk. So I'm just going to use my 1/4 inch foot on the machine to sew the seam. So I just need to change that actually, because I'm on a different one on there. It's 5.6 on here. You get used to your own machine, don't you?
I know, and then you can't remember how anyone else, how all the others work.
That's it.
It's like your own car, isn't it?
Slightly different. They're all the same, but slightly different, aren't they? Yeah. So just using a 1/4 inch seam to go around the edge. And as you can see, it is quite, just a bit more forgiving, don't you find, the fleece, when you sew with the fleece?
Yeah, well it doesn't, if your seam allowance goes off a bit here and there, you don't really notice it with the fleece.
No.
And also just a little bit stretchier.
Yeah.
Without being
nice.
stretchy, but it will sort of pull.
Bit more forgiving, isn't it? So that's the arm. And then when you turn that through, I like to use a little crochet hook, because they are quite narrow, the pieces. So you have to just be a little bit.
I started using this crochet hook since you said that last time, and I used like an old plastic one I didn't like, and then the dog found it and ate it.
Oh no!
Chewed it all up. So I've got to start again now.
Why
Because I've got a plastic one I don't really like to crochet with. So I
Yeah,
thought that's perfect. After
perfect.
you'd said that, I'm going to use that as my new turning tool.
Yeah.
I must have dropped it on the floor.
Dog had it.
I had it. She loved it though.
She
What
did.
she's chewing? I thought she had like a chew.
And it was
But
your
it was my new turning tool.
otherwise known as an old crochet hook.
Yes, exactly. I'm now going to use a metal one instead. But it was a nice big one. It was like a 6mm plastic. It was perfect.
Yeah, and I mean another thing, and I was just using one earlier to when you're filling these, because they're quite slim. A pencil's good, isn't it?
Yes.
The end of a flat end to the pencil, because it's quite. Whereas this is quite shiny, so it does
I think a
slip
pencil
a little
works
bit.
well, or like a wooden skewer, because it's sort of almost the stuffing sticks to it. A bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. So once you turn that out, because they are quite small pieces, then make sure when you're turning them out, you go right, push the seams right out so you're getting right to the end. And then I'll fill that one in a second. And then the same with the leg. So they're nice, easy pieces to sew around the edge of. And even though the fleece is quite a nice thickness, it's not too thick. It's not uncomfortable going underneath your foot. I'm just using the normal foot on my machine.
So the fleece that Debbie's sewing with at the moment comes from the pink bundle. So if you want to make a grey fluffy rabbit, you need to buy the pink bundle. The pink bundle comes with the instructions, 1/2 metre of the pink fabric for making 2 rabbits, a fat quarter of the fleece fabric that you can make 1, probably 2, depending on how you cut it out. A free fat quarter of Christmas fabric, a fat quarter of floral fabric, and a skein of stranded cotton. So if you want, and also if you want instructions just on their own, they're $9.99 for using your own fabric. So I mean, look, that's amazing. Amazing value, $19.99 for all of that. So if you want the grey fleece, you have to buy the pink bundle, confusingly. But otherwise, we'd have had grey fabric with grey fleece, and then you'd have had 2 grey rabbits. So
it is nice to have them different, isn't it? Especially if you're making a few, if you're making them as gifts, or maybe people make them to sell.
Yeah,
it's quite nice to have
it is nice,
different varieties, isn't it? Or, as you said, coordinating, having a floral rabbit, and then the other one having a plain rabbit with a floral dress.
I know, you could make them all match, couldn't you, somehow,
like
by what you use for the ears and different things.
Yeah.
They could all match.
Yeah.
They just look nice sat on a shelf. I've got one that sits in my box of ribbons, a knitted rabbit.
They're lovely, aren't they?
Quite sweet.
Yeah, they're just cute, aren't they? So with the ear, because I've lined the ear with the cotton fabric, it's come and unthreaded, that feels a little bit different to sew with, because you're obviously attaching the cotton fabric with the fleece.
Right, so the green that you're using there, you don't get that one in your kit. That's just a piece that Debbie had.
That's just from my own collection.
But you know what it's like, you're going to end up, once you've got this pattern, you're going to be making loads of them.
And then they look different as well, don't they? Just depending on what you contrast the ears with and things. I thought this green looked quite nice with the Christmas dress, because it brings out that
green
and you only
need
in the
a
check.
little bit, don't you?
You only need, literally from your scrap pile. If you have any scraps.
You can even do different coloured ears, can you?
Yes, yeah, you could.
For a non-matching rabbit. And it would look nice in a check, wouldn't it? Or a little spot or something.
Yes, nice and coordinated. I'm just cutting that seam allowance off at the end of the ear because, you see what I mean? I've got the cotton fabric on the front. Yes. You can see where I've got my drawn line there off the template, and then obviously the fleece on the back. And then but it's, again, no problem to sew. They sewed together really nicely.
I suppose actually the cotton fabric sticks quite nicely, sort of, it's not sticks, but it's held in place quite nicely.
Yeah, because it's like almost like a bit of Velcro, isn't it, the fleece, in a way? Do you know what I mean? It's just got that type of...
It is a really nice thing to sew with.
It's lovely. It's really nice. And then, so you can see, especially with that fleece, because it is a little bit stretchy, it just turns out really nicely. And then you'll have your ends, your raw edges here at the bottom. So I'm just going to turn them in, as you would. They just naturally want to turn in, to be honest. And then I'm going to top stitch, because the ear isn't filled at all, because especially with the fleece one, it just has its own structure, which is really nice. So I'm now just going to top stitch around the inside of the ear, and there's a little bit of hand sewing, because I like a bit of hand sewing, and it just gives you that detail. Once I've sewn around the edge, I'll show you how I fold that in half to give it the shape of the ear.
Okay.
So I'm going to top stitch around the inside of that ear lining now. Just turn and pivot your foot. And I'm also going to go across the bottom to hold those raw edges in place. There we go. So then when that's sewn in, I quite enjoy sewing, you know, smaller pieces. I enjoy that sort of detail of when you're sewing smaller pieces rather than
yeah.
always having big pieces. So I've got a thread here in my needle that I've already threaded up. And with the ears, so both ears are exactly the same. There's not a left and a right, they're exactly the same. And you can see with this one, I folded it in half and then I'm just going to tack it together here, but I've not folded it exactly in half.
Okay.
I've left, I've left this left-hand side is just a bit shy so that when, let me show you on this grey fleece body, when I attach that ear to the side of the head, you haven't got any of the green lining showing through. So I've not gone exactly in half. I've gone almost about an eighth of an inch.
And it says all of that in the instructions.
It does. So. Yeah. So that's where the ear will be
See, now
placed.
that's where the whole sort of design element comes in, because you've worked that out and thought, so if I do it that way, then, you know, you've done all the working out for them.
Yeah, because when I first put the ear on, gosh, that's a blunt pin.
Yeah, I know, sometimes you get those, don't you?
Wasn't going to go in there at all. When the first few times that I did it, because when you're writing a pattern, you make it 2 or 3 or 4 times, don't you, before you're happy with it. Then you see the lining fabric popping out, and I just think it looks better solid in that way. So there's one just attached with a pin. So this one, I now know when I fold it in half-ish, I want this bottom half not to be
right. So
quite
it's best
to the
sort
edge.
of do that as you sew them on.
Yeah.
So
do one, pin it onto the side of the head that goes on, and then sew the other one. So I'm now going to fold it almost 2/3 of the way, and then hand sew. I mean, you could do this with your machine, but I just prefer to hand sew smaller pieces like this because it keeps it in place.
It's sort of easier, isn't it, when it's quite fiddly to get under the machine.
Yeah, by the time you've got it under the machine, it sort of eats the end, and you've lost it, haven't you? Then
yes, definitely.
In your feed dogs. So I'm just doing an overstitch, slip stitch, to hold that, secure those pieces. And you can see with the fleece, it really is nice to work with. Can you see how it's just completely covered up that green lining fabric? So
this is the most popular bundle, the pink rabbit with the grey fleece.
Oh, yeah, the fleece is lovely. So there's my, what will it be, the right hand ear. So you can see I have put in the pattern where to place the ears, but you can put them wherever you feel that it looks right, really. And then this one,
I suppose it probably changes the personality of it.
It does, especially if you have them pushed forward, or you might want them back. Or as I say, you could use those ears
and
to have. You could turn them down so it's like a lop-eared rabbit, which looks quite cute.
Hannah says they look sadder.
Looks a bit sadder. Whereas this way she looks quite alert, doesn't she?
You only go one up and one down.
One up and one
can
down.
Rabbits actually do that?
Confused.
Yeah,
confused rabbit.
I don't they can do that.
I'm not sure what's going on here.
Dogs can though. They'll have one ear up and one down. I don't know if the rabbits do or not.
Yeah, they do now. Rosie can have what she likes, can't she? Do what you like.
But it does. It's funny. It's like where you put the eyes and the ears completely changes the personality.
It really does. Yeah, it gives them a different look completely, doesn't it? So yeah, wherever you're happiest, and as I say in the pattern, it does guide you as to how it is on the pattern itself. So they're just pinned into place. So move them around till you are happy with them. On this right hand one, you can see I've left it with my needle and thread. So I'm now going to, hang on, it's just moved ever so slightly. So I'm now going to use my thread, and I'm going to tack that on to the, well, say tack, sew it on quite firmly, really. It needs to be, especially if it is going to be used more of as a toy or a gift for someone.
So it's worth going for the extras, sew it round a few times.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll just show you how. It's difficult to see with the colour thread because obviously I'm coordinating, matching the thread. So I just do a stitch through the head, the side of the head of the rabbit, and then do exactly the same, almost like a ladder stitch really, onto the ear itself, right at the bottom, and then along back through the head. Poor Rosie. She doesn't seem to mind though, because she knows that she's going to have.
She hasn't got any eyes yet.
Nice ears. She can't see. She can't hear properly at the minute either. It always does feel a bit mean, doesn't it, when you're doing a toy?
Well, especially, you know, when you end the thread and you sort of go right through the back of the head.
Tighten it.
Or out through the eyes.
Oh, that's just pulled off. I often get that with a needle. I don't think I know my own strength. You pull it tight and then it cuts the thread. So let's take this one. And then I would just go across the back of the ear then. So again, you can be quite brutal with it at this stage. Fold the ear back over and then you just do the same across that top of the ear. And my needle's come unthreaded again because my thread's short now, isn't it? You don't actually need a lot of thread to do these because they're only quite tiny, the ears. And then you just do exactly the same on the other one.
Okay.
But I would go a couple of times round. So that's the ear in place. And there she is.
So if you've got this pink rabbit in your basket, please check out. We have only got 5. It's called the pink rabbit, but it has grey fleece and pink fabric. So it's called pink because the main fabric is the pink if you want to make a pink body, but it's got the grey fleece in it, so it's called the pink one. And we've only got 5 left. It should be called the pink and grey. But then you'd think you were making a pink and grey, that'd be strange. But the pink rabbit has got the grey fleece in and the pink fabric.
I've just put a pin in there because I've not got time to keep sewing around.
Yes.
So there's the leg and the arm. So you don't get the stuffing with the
No,
kits.
the stuff, yeah, because it's always difficult, isn't it? Because a lot of you have stuffing, so you might not need the extra stuffing.
No.
But we do have the stuffing on the filling on its own if you want it. If you go onto the website, you can buy the filling because you don't need very much.
No. And
So-
it's surprising how much actually you do need to go in, isn't it?
So there's it on the screen now. That's the recycled toy filling. It's recycled bottles.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Used to be a bottle, that did, and now it's a rabbit.
It's amazing how it's recycled like that.
It's a rabbit. Well, it could be in anything in its bag. $4.99, but that's more than enough. So we haven't put it in the kits because I know a lot of you already have it at home. But if you need a bag, it will go a long way.
Yeah. It's always nice, isn't it? I always have plenty of filling because then you can make something and you know you've got everything in.
I know you don't want to run out.
No, hate running out of things.
Interfacing, filling, and wadding.
Yeah.
Oh, mind you, I think I've got loads of things in my sewing room. I think, I can't run out of that.
The thing is, though, can you remember where it all is?
No.
This is the thing.
I went in there the other day and I looked in my sewing room and I thought, this room is full of plastic bags with things in.
Yeah.
I really need to sort it out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I've got a table in the middle of it and there's a lot of space under that table for plastic bags.
Because again, you don't want to throw them out because they come in handy, don't they?
I know, honestly, it's awful. It's ridiculous. And I collect so many things, like I collect jeans and men's shirts.
To sew with
Yes,
then. Yeah,
and
you
I
can
do
make things.
use them, but clearly not as fast as I collect them.
No,
So.
no, you collect them quicker. Yeah, I know.
But then when they're there, when you've got them, they're brilliant. So
Yeah, and then when you need them, they're just there, aren't they?
I do need to have a really good tidy up, or maybe some more shelves.
The thing is, you almost need a day or so to just tidy, don't you? And then that could be a day spent sewing.
Yeah, I spent a month once. I did the whole room a month, and I said I will never ever let it get like that again, and I have.
The thing is, we were just saying earlier, it is a messy hobby, isn't it? It just grows and grows.
But
and
it's a
bits and bobs.
creative mess of gloriousness.
Oh, it is. I mean, I love it. But it just, when you walk in the room, you think, oh, I need to sort that out.
Really need to sort it out.
Yeah.
Clear the table. It was just all the plastic bags the other day, and I thought, oh, there's a lot there.
So I filled both of the legs. So you can see it doesn't take very long at all. And with the legs, I've not gone right to the top, as you can see.
Okay.
I've gone about 1 inch lower down because I'm now going to sew. So I'm pressing those seams together so the foot's towards me here. And I'm going to put that under the machine. Again, you could hand sew, but I find that this does go under the machine because it's plenty big enough. And I'm going to sew that down, a seam down, just about 1 inch from the top. And what that does is 2 things. It secures the filling that you've put into the legs, so it now won't come out. You've got a nice sealed top. And then when we put that into the body, you'll see how it then gives you the movement of the legs so that you can then sit her up. She's a bit more flexible. If you filled it a bit too tight, then it wouldn't sit quite so easily. So there's that, just about an inch from the top. And then I'm going to get the body. I need my needle, which I've put down. That's another thing I do, Rebecca, is put my needle down and think, where have I put my needle? It's gone, it's gone.
No, regularly.
Very regularly. So when you've got the body here, you're going to open up that bottom of the body. So obviously the body and the head are one piece. Pull it to the side so that these two seams meet. And you're going to, again, don't want to fill this right to the top. You need a little bit of wriggle room in there. And then the legs, again, there's not a left and a right, doesn't matter which goes where. You put those in place like that.
Oh, we've got a nice message. Nice message.
Oh.
Morning, loving the show. I think the stash building and sewing are actually two separate hobbies from Jojo. Yes, you're right. They are definitely two separate hobbies and require different amounts of time spent on them as well. Because stash building is an important part. You can't do it as well as sewing.
No, you need one goes with the other, and you can't do one without the other.
I know,
you?
it's awful though, isn't it? It's like I'll get, my husband or the kids will say, right, I need to get rid of these clothes. Go, let me have the buttons.
Yes.
Don't put it anywhere. I'll have that. And you just think this is ridiculous.
Yeah, you spend ages taking the buttons off, but then that's adding to your button stash.
Yeah, I know. But
and they're great, aren't they? Yeah. And it's recycling, isn't it? Then anyway.
It is, absolutely.
So you can see now, all I've done at the moment is just pin those two legs in place. So you can see just by giving that inch gap from the top, you've then got enough give to pop it inside, turn the raw edge of the rabbit underneath, and then you can just sew along there. And then when she's sewn...
somebody has just asked, how tall is the rabbit?
I'm not actually sure. Is she... Well, with the ears up, she's 13 inches.
Right. So with
without the ears, it's 11.
So with her outstretched and not sitting down, full height?
Full height, she's 13 inches.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question, isn't it? So I'm just going to do the same with the arms. Now the arm, this one's nearly full here, is sewn, whereas the legs go inside the body, the arms are sewn on the outside of the body. Because your seam is running down her belly and across her back. So we'll fill the arms.
Right, well, you stuff him, her. I'm just going to run through the bundles again.
Okay.
So the one that Debbie's working with at the moment is the pink rabbit. It has the full instructions. It has 1/2 metre of pink fabric, so you can make 2 pink rabbits. Remember, there are more people who've got this in baskets than we actually have. So if you want it, you need to check out. So you get 1/2 metre of the pink fabric to make 2 pink rabbits, a fat quarter of the grey fleece to make 1, possibly 2 rabbits. Then you get a free fat quarter of Christmas fabric to make a Christmas dress. You get the floral fabric for the floral dress and pants, and a skein of black stranded cotton for the embroidery. If you want to make the grey rabbit, you need the grey bundle. That has the full instructions. It has 1/2 metre of grey cotton fabric. This doesn't have fleece in it, this option, but you get 1/2 metre of the grey fabric. You get 1/2 metre of this floral fabric, so you can make a floral rabbit and a floral dress. And you get the free fat quarter of Christmas fabric to make a Christmas dress and the skein of stranded cotton. That's the grey cotton Rosie rabbit. And the final bundle is the blue one, where you get full instructions, 1/2 metre of the blue fabric, that's for the body of the rabbit. You get a fat quarter of this lovely pale blue fleece for a pale blue rabbit. You get the free fat quarter of Christmas fabric for the Christmas dress. You get a fat quarter of the pink floral fabric, and you get a skein of stranded cotton, and that is the blue Rosie rabbit. Okay. So where are we now,
So
Debbie?
I have filled the arm, one of the arms. I'm just going to show you how to place that. So you fill the arm again. Don't go right to the top. Leave a little bit at the end so that it sits nicely against the body. And then exactly the same as with the ears, really. It's the same process as the ears. Just hand sew across the top of the arm. What I like about this fleece is it hides your stitches really well, as you can't see those that seam at all. So it's very forgiving in lots of ways.
Yeah, it sort of disappears in it, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, it just gets lost in there. So that's nice. You only need a few stitches across the top of the arms. And then again, in the pattern it tells you where to place it, but it just goes at the top of the shoulder. There's almost a little dent in the body there between the head and the body.
Oh, okay, so it goes near the neck.
It just sits, sits at the top of the shoulder there. And again, pin that in place. So you just push the pins into the body. Maybe do 2 or 3 so it secures it nicely, so that that is held in place whilst you sew. So I've not taken my thread off the arm, and I'm just going to do exactly the same as I did for the ear, just going into the body of the rabbit, ladder stitch again so that the stitches do disappear, 1 into the body and then 1 into the top of the arm. And again, if I was doing this, especially if I was gifting it to someone, not as a decoration, make sure you do this really securely so it stays on.
Well, I guess as long if you sewed across 2 or 3 times, then that would cover any ends coming undone, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'm just going to go over the once so you can see, just for time. Cut that end off. And there is the arm. So you can see she's coming together. You've got the legs coming together quite quickly, an arm and an ear, and then you just put half a rabbit, and then you do the same with the other half. So she comes together quite quickly.
No, that's nice. I like the fact that the ears and the arms are sort of it's all hand sewn in.
Yeah.
It gives it a real sort of original charm. That's how toys would have been done, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and it makes it feel different, doesn't it? That you've made it a little bit more than just machine stitching it.
Yeah, no, I think it's quite nice. It's sort of easier, isn't it, as well, because you can get it just right.
Yes, you can be more detailed, can't you, and perfect than with the machine. And then with her face, again, it's more difficult to draw with a friction pen onto the face of the rabbit with the fleece. But again, the pattern obviously tells you this. With your friction pen, you can, there's my black skein, you can just draw on where you feel that you want the face. As we were saying earlier, wherever you put the eyes does give it a different expression.
I guess you could use pins though, couldn't you? If you
you could use your pins. Yeah, so you could use, let's get some
sort of vaguely plan it anyway.
To give you an idea. Let's find one the same colour so she looks, she keep her nice and pretty. Oh, a slightly different shade of pink. But you can see if you had the eyes there, that then gives you an idea of where
I guess so, because then you can move them around, can't you?
Yeah, if you think, actually, I'm not quite happy with that, I want them nearer to the nose. Does change the face ever so slightly.
But the photo on the front is very clear. So if you want it to be exactly the same, it's very easy to see, right, okay, so that's that far down and it's level, you know, the photo is very clear on the front to give you some guidance, because sometimes they're not, and you think, oh, I'm not very good at guessing.
Working it out, yeah.
But it's all on there.
And the one on the picture of the one on the pattern, I've used those really tiny buttons for eyes, which look really nice.
Oh, yes.
But this one, this one here, the Christmas sample that I've done, I've just embroidered the eyes on this one.
Right, so it's up. So it depends. Like if it was a young child, maybe you would embroider not.
Yes, rather than use those tiny.
But you know who you're giving it to, so.
Yeah, and I quite like. I like buttons. I love buttons on everything I do, but I think it does look quite nice just with the embroidered eyes. And you can see the eyes on this one are quite far back.
Yeah,
so
they are.
That gives her a different look.
True.
And then for the detailed features of her nose and her mouth, again with your friction pen, you've got that centre line here, so you can see the centre of the face. And then the nose is actually a heart.
Yeah, I was going to say, have you done a heart?
It's a heart shape.
But in the instructions are really clear photos of all of this, drawing on the eyes, sewing, you know, it's very, very easy to follow. So, which is great, because it's these details that you need a lot of information about.
Yeah, and then it just takes the sort of the worry out of a pattern, doesn't it then? Because the thinking's been done. So again, just draw.
I love the heart-shaped nose. I think that's gorgeous.
Now she's just got half a heart there, half a heart on the other side of that seam, and then a nice smiley mouth. And then that's just done with the embroidery thread. Although again, I have done the nose with a pink, so you can choose. You could do that red even, couldn't you, for Christmas or whatever you wanted.
You got the red-nosed rabbit.
Yes, Rosie. So that's the rabbit. So once she's made, then I'm just going to talk briefly about the clothes. So here are the pieces for the clothes all cut out. So you've got 2 pieces here which are for the straps of the dress. So they make up these straps here that go across the back. So it's almost like a little pinafore dress.
Okay, we've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes for the dress.
I'll
Maybe
just
make a whole dress
talk.
in 4 minutes.
Oh gosh, don't think even the Duke
We'll just
is.
speed you up.
Don't think the Duke is even that quick. Now let me just, if I just sew this across. So it's a lined dress.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Because she's quality.
She's a quality rabbit. With a
She's
really
not
nice
just
dress.
any rabbit.
Well, it gives it a nice substance then, doesn't it?
Yes. And as daft as it sounds, it hangs nicer, doesn't
Yes,
it?
of course
It's
it does.
lined.
With
You
the
know.
absence of a petticoat.
Yes, I'm all for petticoats. So I've sewn that top seam.
So you
And
could
then-
use the same fabric, couldn't you? Or
You could
from
use
your
the same
bundle, or you
fabric.
can use one in your stash. Or
Yeah.
That's up to you.
That's right. This is just a coordinated one.
That's the
and
one in
obviously
the
this
grey
is
cotton
one with
bundle.
the red. So
Okay.
now I like to put a bit of rick-rack along the edge of a dress, so you could decorate that as you like. And I put
Yes,
a
bit
little
of
heart-shaped
lace.
button. Yeah, however you like.
Use your stash up.
Use your stash. That's what I love to embellish things. A bit of
Yes,
ribbon
yeah.
here and a bow there.
Pom-poms.
Pom-poms, all sorts. I mean, that's a whole other collection, isn't it?
yeah, the
Don't get me started
On the
on
pom-pom collection, I know.
Yeah. And then you would hem the bottom in exactly the same way. So you've got like a tube. And then I've used elastic to go through here.
Oh, okay.
So I use a zigzag stitch. So I'd go along with my machine, zigzag stitch all the way along here. And then that provides my channel for my elastic.
Right.
So do that there, hem the bottom. And then when you turn it over, so right sides together, you've got your lining fabric showing. So when you then hem here, I leave that gap so that you can get the elastic through. Hem here, and again I use a zigzag stitch, so it's almost overlocking it across that edge. And then that channel is free for you to then get your needle, and I use a safety pin or a bodkin and put your elastic through.
Oh, okay.
Pull it tight, and then you can just secure that and hide the ends of your elastic in the seam, so that holds it nice and firm around her body. And that's the same process there that I use with, you can see, for her pants. So a nice zigzag stitch, turn the hem down twice. There you can see the ends of the elastic there. Turn the hem down twice, and then just take a safety pin and thread the elastic through.
Perfect. So yeah, so quite a quick make then.
It is quite a quick make.
Depends on how much decoration you want to put.
Yes, I mean you can spend as little as much time as you want. And then with the headband, that's not in the pattern because that was just something I added on this time. Just a very, 1/4 of an inch wide piece of felt that I've just again hand hacked onto the head and made a little bow with the same way and just tack that on.
That's so sweet.
Just
isn't
makes
it?
her look a little bit more festive.
Well, nice as well. Or if you wanted to make one for a birthday, little special birthday ribbon. You know.
And you could match that, couldn't you? I know a lot of people who make headbands and scrunchies and things.
Yeah,
So you could match that if it was for a gift for someone, couldn't you, to theirs?
It'd be nice if you were making presents for your little bridesmaids.
Oh,
wouldn't it?
lovely.
Oh, we could have
Yeah,
rabbits.
if
couldn't
you had
we?
some. Well, I made some masks for someone out of their leftover bridesmaid fabric, dress fabric,
Okay.
so that it matched, the mask matched their dress. So you could, if you had any leftovers
Yeah,
that was
you could
cut
make
off
it
the
some-
alterations.
Yes. You could have a
Could use
special. Yeah,
it.
that's quite a nice way of
That's a
keeping
nice
a bit of your
idea.
wedding dress fabric as well.
Yeah,
isn't
but
it?
like a memory bear, isn't it?
Memory
Memory
rabbit.
rabbit.
Oh, we can have
Lovely.
hundreds of rabbits. We've got so many ideas. Well, thank you so much, Debbie. That's
Thank you
brilliant.
very
I
much.
absolutely love these. I'm going to do. Well, we'll see you back at 11
Yes.
with the Jacobean fabric.
With the Jacobean
Beautiful.
quilt. Yeah.
I'm just going to quickly run through the bundles so that you don't miss out. So the first bundle I'm going to show you is the one with the grey cotton fabric. So that makes the grey cotton rabbit that Debbie was just showing us. So you get the full instructions, full colour, all the templates, all the patterns. Now these instructions are $9.99 on their own. So for just $19.99, you get 1/2 metre of the grey fabric. You can make 2 rabbits from that. You get half a metre of the floral fabric, so you can make the dress and pants, and another rabbit, lovely floral rabbit. You get free fat quarter of Christmas fabric for the Christmas dress to keep her seasonal, and a skein of stranded cotton for the embroidered eyes and nose. More than enough there for using for subsequent rabbits, so you'll use that for loads of them. That is the grey bundle. When everyone has checked out of this one, there are less than 20 available, so if you've got it in your basket, you really need to check out so that you can be sure to have your rabbits. Blue rabbit. Blue rabbit, again, you get full instructions, photos, patterns, very important. You get half a metre of the plain blue fabric. That's for making the rabbit's bodies. You can make 2 out of that. You get a fat quarter of this lovely pale blue fleece, which could be the body of the rabbit, or you could use it for the dress, but you can make probably 2 rabbits out of this one. You get a fat quarter of this floral fabric for a dress and pants. That will go with either of those, you can see. And you get a free fat quarter of Christmas fabric for a Christmas dress, and of course the skein of stranded cotton. If you want the pattern on its own, oh sorry, we've got the other bundle. Yes. Right, there are more people who've got this one in their basket than we have in stock. So if you do want it, put it in your basket and quickly check out. Or if it's in your basket, quickly check out. Otherwise, somebody else will take it, because it's not yours until you check out, even though you've got it in your basket. The basket is just that you're walking around the supermarket. You haven't actually paid for it. So once you go into the checkout, then it's yours. So in this bundle, you get the full instructions. You get half a metre of the pink fabric, and you can make 2 rabbit bodies from this, or again you could use part of it for the lining of a dress, or you could use it for the inside of the ears, or you can use it for another dress, up to you, but you can get 2 rabbits from that. You get a fat quarter of the fleece fabric, and that's the one that Debbie was demonstrating with, and you can get probably, depending, as long as you cut carefully, 2 rabbits out of the fleece fabric, but again you could use it for clothing if you wanted. You get a fat quarter of this lovely floral fabric, which actually goes really well with both of them. So if you're making a day dress for the grey rabbit or the pink rabbit, that goes together really well. Really lovely for the inside of the ears as well, for either of them. And then you get the free fat quarter of Christmas fabric. Well, it's a tartan. Again, for the Christmas dress, for the inside of the ears. Looks lovely with that one. Real Christmas rabbit, and a skein of stranded cotton as before. Now, if you want the instructions only, you can get those. If you want to use your own fabrics, the instructions only. Remember, they come with the templates, so you just have to trace around them. Don't cut them out, otherwise you'll lose the instructions on the other side. You can just trace around them, but then you can use them again. And as Debbie said, if you trace around them or cut them out in card, then they're much more durable. You can use them again and again. Some people tend to often use like a heavyweight interfacing. That's quite a good way for making a pattern, because it's thicker. And you can see through it for tracing, and it's really easier to pin on and so around. So that's another thing. Oh, some people use template plastic. That's another good one. The instructions only, with all the pattern pieces and the photos, $9.99. Pop that in your basket and check out. And then last is the picnic blanket instructions. So if you want to make Rosie her own picnic blanket, or it's like a little quilt, you could put it in Rosie's bed. I think if you were making Rosie as a present for somebody, that's a lovely thing. You know what children like, they love dressing them. If you made several outfits and the little quilt as well, make the quilt in some of the matching fabrics or something to coordinate with it. You could even embroider her name on, or if you were giving it to somebody, you embroider their name on, and then it goes together. But you know what children like, they like putting them to bed, so that could be either her picnic blanket, her play mat, or her quilt. All the instructions and everything you need to know are in there. That's just $4.99 for the instructions. So we're going to go for a break now, and I will see you back in a few minutes. Sally Stevens will be with me, showing you how to make her beautiful Christmas tree skirt. Really looking forward to that. 2 lovely fabric bundles. She's an absolute expert, so you will learn a lot from her. So I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and this hour is all about Christmas and the Christmas tree skirt. Look at that. Now, this is the one that Sally made, not in the colourways that we have got. No, this is her original Christmas tree skirt. I love that. It's beautiful, isn't it? The two bundles we've got are slightly different fabrics, but exactly the same pattern. It is beautiful. So imagine, you see the hole in the middle, that's for putting around the base of your tree, and then you've got a slit down the side with ties for tying around it. It's the best way to, well, cover the bottom of your tree, but also put all your presents on. I like all the points because you could put a different present on each point. Or if you also want things hidden, you could put your tree skirt on top of your presents. You could have like a special ones that are hidden underneath. Love it, love it. We've got two gorgeous bundles for you. Your difficulty is going to be choosing which one. So let's go for the one with the green, that's that one. So in the bundle, first of all, you get the instructions. Now, these are written by Sally, and I can assure you, if Sally wrote them, they're going to be amazing. She is an expert quilter. In fact, she designed this originally for one of the magazines, so I know these are going to be fantastic. Everything you need, all the information, how to cut it out, it will be correct. Loads and loads of different strips of different sizes. Photos of all the different stages. I think this is beautiful. I was saying to Sally earlier, I really want a Christmas tree skirt, but I haven't made one yet because I haven't found a pattern I really like, but I now have. We were having a discussion earlier what fabrics we could use to put in it, which ones we would use, whether we go modern or traditional or blue, quite fancy blue. Anyway, all the photos, everything you need to know in is here. And I think what's great about this is it is made in angled wedges, but there are no templates involved. The way that Sally has designed it, she'll talk you through that soon, is that you don't have to have templates, that it is cut based on measurements on the fabric, which makes it loads easier, but it's absolutely beautiful. The only template you've got is a circle for the centre, but it's those angled ones you don't need. Isn't that lovely? So you get the full instructions. Then you get in total 4 metres of fabric. So you don't have to try and work out, because you need to have slightly different colours in each ring so that they stand out against each other. So we've taken all of that difficulty out for you. It's all in here. Now, the main fabric, you have 1.5 metres of this, because this fabric is used for the binding and the main parts of it. Is it? And the ties. And the ties, so you need more of that one. And isn't it gorgeous? It's red, like a dark green fur background with the holly leaves and the poinsettias, and they're all edged in metallic gold. Now, earlier today we did have this for sale by the 1/2 metre, but it's all gone. You've bought it. So this is the only way you can get hold of this fabric now, is in the bundle. But all of this is edged with gold. This is such a traditional Christmas fabric, which is great, because this Christmas tree skirt you are going to want to bring out every year. Perfect for your own tree, or what a lovely gift for somebody. Christmas morning, they can open this and quickly put it around their tree. It's the sort of thing that someone, particularly people who don't sew, would never have. You then get a fat quarter of this dark green with gold stars. Again, this is metallic. Oh, 1/2 metre, sorry. They're all 1/2 metres. So I was on fat quarter with rabbits, got confused. 1/2 metre of the dark green with gold fabric, and that's metallic. You get this fur green with ivory coloured spots, 1/2 metre. I'm going to put them together so you can see how they lay out. Then you get 1/2 metre of this, like a sort of a deep Christmas red with foliage, brown coloured foliage. Then you get some text fabric, Oh, love text fabric. It's really nice. It works. I have one in my fabric stacks. I have a whole section that's just with text on. I just think it works really well when you mix it with print and pattern. It gives a different sort of balance and a different way that the fabric light. It just adds a really lovely accent and quite an interest. It's the sort of thing when you put it into a quilt or a Christmas tree skirt that people always go, what does that say? And it's a lovely the cream coloured background. And then you get this very traditional 1/2 metre of this fabric that's got different words, Christmas words on it. Sally, can you show us a segment in this colourway? Because it'd be really useful to see how they all, how they work together.
That's that one.
Okay, can we see that one?
Can you see that?
And move the,
Am I in the
actually
right
might need
place?
to move the other one out of the way, because
Okay.
so that we can see how they work just on their own. Sorry, I'm messing up Sally's dress now. She had it all sorted now, confused things.
Right.
But it's nice to see how they work, but don't they work really well? So I think because you've got text in that last fabric I showed you, when you put that against the text there with the stars, it's gorgeous, isn't it? That's it before it's all trimmed. But that's just to show you how it works together. Thank you, that's lovely. So that's that colourway. That's called green poinsettia. Is that one called? Okay. That's called green poinsettia because it's the poinsettia with the green background, got it. Right, now the other colourway is called red poinsettia. Got it now. Again, you get the full instructions for the braid Christmas tree skirt. You get 1.5 meters of the poinsettia fabric, red background, red poinsettia and the green, so it's a completely different look to it. Again, this is the only way you can get hold of this fabric now because we've sold out by the 1/2 metre. You then get 1/2 metre of navy with ivory coloured stars. You get 1/2 metre of this red with white sort of ivory coloured etched leaves on it. You get 1/2 metre of the text fabric, again, but with the red background. You get 1/2 metre of this lovely ivory with the red flowers. And then you get 1/2 metre of this, I'll show you this one. It's almost more like a sort of a raspberry red. Isn't that beautiful? Again, this has got metallic gold on it. Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which I shall be to all people. Perfect for Christmas. Loads and lots of different words on it. So can we have a look at that one then, Sally, so we can see what that one goes. The one that I made you move
Yeah.
earlier. We did them in the wrong order, didn't we?
That's that one.
So it's nice to see how they go together. And obviously it's up to you what order you put them in. But it works really well, doesn't it?
It is. You can put them in whichever order you like, apart from the outside poinsettia.
Except for the red poinsettia,
Yeah.
but other than that,
Other than that,
put
you
them
can mix and
whatever
match.
Okay.
Whichever you wish.
Right, so you just need to choose which one you're going to do. Anyway, as Sally is demonstrating to us, she'll show you the different colourways, and we can show you if you need to remember. We'll be recapping them. If you want to just buy the instructions on their own, you can. Very, very limited. $9.99 for the instructions on their own, but it is very limited. Can I just show you this one page, because you will need to know what fabric you need. So you need 1.5 meters of the main fabric, and then you need 5 half meters. And then you'll need backing fabric and wadding. But you will need 1.5 meters and 5 half meters. So if you want the instructions on their own, they are the ones on the screen at the moment, $9.99. You will need wadding to put in it, to give it some body. We have the 80/20 wadding, which is available by the 1/2 metre. How much do you need?
I think
What
it's
does it say?
72 by 72 inches.
So you will need 2 meters of that then, won't you?
Yeah, or you can piece.
Yeah, or you can piece it together.
Yeah.
Okay. This is available by the 1/2 metre. And this is the 80/20 wadding, which means 80% cotton, 20% polyester, but it's really wide. Super wide. So if you want the 2 meters, you will need to buy 4 units. So that's the 80/20 wadding. And for the backing fabric, you either need 4 meters of normal quilting width fabric, or if you're buying the extra wide fabric, you'll need 2 meters. If you have a look on the website, we have the extra wide backing and lots of other fabric that you can use as well. Right, Sally, so first of all, well, welcome back. So lovely to see
Nice
you.
to see you too as well.
It's been a long time,
It
hasn't
has,
it?
yes.
Well, Sally and I used to work together on Sewing Quarter many moons ago. And it's so nice to see you.
Yeah.
So where did you first get the idea of, when you thought, I'm going to make a Christmas tree skirt?
Well, I've made several for the channel before, and I've made some circular ones, and I've made a sort of irregular squares one.
Right.
And I just thought, I feel like a star would be a good idea.
Absolutely, yes, obviously, yes, Christmas star.
And I looked at it to start with, and I thought, this is piecing with all the little angles is going to be a real pain. It's easy to draw, but not necessarily easy.
Well, I think that's what's put me off, the angles, because you've got to have the right ruler or something, haven't you?
Well, with this one, you don't need any fancy rulers.
No, that's really.
You really only need.
It to me.
I mean, the longest ruler you'll need is 12.5 inches long. Apart from when we trim these edges off, when a 24.5 inch ruler is great. But if you haven't got that, and you've just got a straight edge, or even another cutting mat you could put there and trim it off, because you're not measuring it.
You're just drawing a line.
Yeah,
okay.
we're just we've got a measurement here to the point, just a straight line.
Oh, that's a nice message from Louise. Oh, it's so nice to see Sally back. I haven't seen her in ages. That's what I said to her this morning. So nice to see you back. I haven't seen you in ages.
I think I was on last month, but
I must have missed that
time
one.
flies.
Time flies. But I haven't seen you for ages.
No.
So where do we start with this? I guess you've got to choose your bundle first of all.
Yeah, choose your bundle. And as we've mentioned, apart from the poinsettia fabric, which is for the outside edges.
So how did you, so the one that you've got here is the red poinsettia. So how did you choose what order? Did you lay them all out? Or
I did lay them out, but they all go together so well that you don't have to be too fussy about it. What I did do though was make sure that in this case the blue and the whiter coloured one were in between reds.
Right, okay, yeah,
just to sort of break that up a little bit.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
But you could put them wherever you like.
Yeah.
And I actually used more fabrics in the original. So if you didn't want to reuse, say, the poinsettia twice, you could use another fabric of your own.
Oh, that's true, actually,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's quite nice if you do that, because then you've got half a metre
Well,
to yourself.
yes. And for the very smaller pieces, you could probably get away with a fat quarter, but
Okay.
then you wouldn't be able to mix and match.
Right, okay. So first of all, decide what order you're going to put
Decide
them
what order, and the decision made for you really is with the poinsettia fabric. That will be the centre square, the outside strips, some of the cornerstones if you want them, but you can change those. You'll have plenty of fabric to swip and swap those. So you could have each of these could be in the navy blue, for example.
Oh, that's true. Because that kind of gives it, you can see on the original one, you can see the lines of them.
Yes.
So have a play.
Yes, so you've got plenty of mix and match options. And also the poinsettia fabric will be used for the binding and the ties.
Right, okay.
That will tie it together. And they'd have to be tight, it's not going to run away.
Hopefully. It's not going to run away.
It just holds it neatly at the back of the
otherwise
tree.
it would keep moving, wouldn't
Well,
it?
it may do, especially if you've got cats and dogs like me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or children looking at presents.
I haven't got any of those, fortunately. Right, so how we start is with an inner square. The measurements are all in the pattern for you.
So this is the green poinsettia one.
This is
that
the yes. Is that all right to demonstrate with the green one?
Absolutely. No, it's quite nice because it's really useful to be able to see what they look like when assembled. And actually, at the moment, they are level.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I found it difficult. I did the red one first, then I started on the green sample, and I was really...
Yeah, I don't know, actually. I don't know.
I know.
I like the green one. I think I like the green one. I like the text in the green one.
I mean, it was difficult, I guess, for Ian when he was choosing them, which ones he put together, because you could put green with that one and blue with that, So, yeah. But, I quite like the green one. And if you have got a traditional green tree, it will reflect that too. So we start off with our square, which is in the centre. Hang on, it's this way around, isn't it? Which is the centre part there.
Oh, okay.
And there are pictures throughout the pattern to explain to you how to assemble each stage.
Right.
It's very simple and it works the same all the way from the inner point to the outer point. the strips just get longer.
Okay. And every segment's the same?
And every segment is the same, and you're making 8 segments.
Okay.
Okay. And if you wanted to make your tree skirt a little bit smaller, just leave out some of the rounds.
Oh, right. Okay. So if you didn't want it to stretch out so
you
much.
it could just be to there if you want. If you just got say a tabletop tree, you might just want to make it a little bit smaller. If you wanted to make it larger, you could easily, but you'd need more fabrics.
Could you use it to put on a table?
You could. I've designed it in such a way that it doesn't completely meet here, because I didn't want this to overlap and then be scrunched up.
Yeah.
But if you're very careful with your 1/4 inches and how you assemble it, you could have it as a complete tabletop. But
not cut out the middle.
And not cut out the middle. Or you could cut out a smaller bit in the middle and just applique a circle or Suffolk puff or something over the top.
Because I've seen people use Christmas tree skirts for tables.
Yes,
as well.
and you could, and I would probably just put a little dish with a candle in it in the middle anyway.
Yeah,
so,
bowl of Quality Street.
Yeah.
Perfect.
A couple of Ferrero Rocher.
Yeah, a few Ferrero Rocher maybe. Some Maltesers.
Yeah.
A couple of chocolate oranges.
Yes.
Yeah, it'd be lovely, wouldn't
it? Yeah, it'd be perfect for a chocolate orange. Yeah, so the flexibility.
So if you so you can do. Well, I'm just thinking, that it would be beautiful for a table setting.
Yes, yeah. I love table settings. I do really. Okay, so we're still starting with.
No, sorry, we got sidetracked. Starting with the centre square.
And all of these strips, all the measurements for all of these strips and the starting square are oversized.
Right.
Because when we come to the end, I'll go back to this again, and we trim off these pieces here.
Right.
You'll be trimming off a fair bit, not a huge amount, but you're trimming off a fair bit. So if any of your strips are, probably 1/2 inch or even 3/4 of an inch not quite right, you'll still be fine.
Okay, that's quite nice. I like that. It's a bit like trimming half square triangles that I like.
Yes. I always try in my designs to oversize things because it's easier to chop them down than it is to... you can't really add anything on, can you? So, back to the square.
It's going to be like this all shows it. Anyway, back to the square. We will be moving on from the square at some point.
We then add a strip to one side. This strip is a little bit wider than the 5.5, but it could be a little bit smaller.
Right, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. So let's stitch that on. Just a point, with this text, it's all in different directions, it doesn't matter. With this text, it's directional.
Right, okay.
So I just took the time to make sure that even if they're not quite straight, they face out. So that as you're looking at the tree, that's how you would read them.
Yeah.
So that's just a little...
Yeah, because otherwise the tree will be reading them, not you.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. But it doesn't matter. But I just thought it was...
no, that would matter. I think it might bother... I don't know, it's not the end of the world, is it?
No, it's the sort of thing that bothers me, but probably not normal.
It's worth you saying that now, because then people, when they make it, will go,
that's right.
It's facing outwards.
So I'm going to use... I've got a 1/4 inch foot on here. All the seams are 1/4 inch. Oh, there we go. What are we doing? Bear with. Hang on, she's had a little bit of a hiccup. We'll start with the 5-inch square again.
Yeah. The green one is now in the lead, actually. That's because Sally said it was her favourite.
There we are. We have go.
It's only 25 minutes.
Okay, it's unthreaded itself. It doesn't seem to like me. Never mind, we'll push on.
Well, I tell you what, would you want to rethread it? Is it threaded? Unthreaded?
It's unthreaded, yeah.
Okay, I'll go through the green bundle while you rethread it. Don't worry, because we need to go through that one again. So the green bundle, which is the one that Sally's working on at the moment has got 1.5 meters of the green poinsettia fabric. Now this is the only way to get hold of this fabric. We did have it available by the 1/2 meter, but you bought it, so we haven't got any left of that. So that has the dark green background. This is when you get the 1.5 meters because it's used for more sections and for the binding and the ties. You get 1/2 meter of the green with the gold stars, and those are metallic. You get 1/2 meter of the green spot fabric. I love this. It's really nice. I like the mixture of sort of print, star, spot, text. You know, if you're going to make a patchwork tree skirt, you may as well go for the fabrics. And I think the combination of the different types of prints works ever so well. Then you get the red, like a Christmas red background, 1/2 meter of that, and it's got this lovely sort of brown leaf print in it. Then you get the lovely 1/2 meter of the text fabric, and 1/2 meter of the very Christmas fabric with very Christmas words and sayings and traditions. It's gorgeous. That has metallic in it as well. So this fabric you can't buy on its own either. This one is, you can't buy that on its own. Can you get the others on their own then, Hannah? We do have some of the others on their own, but in very small amounts. You have to look on the website for those. So that is the green poinsettia. And then I'll just go through the red poinsettia. And remember, obviously, you get the instructions in both of the kits. Sally's been working with the green, but the red one is the one that she showed us at the beginning that she's finished most of the sample one with. So with this one, you get the 1.5 meters of the red poinsettia. It's beautiful, isn't it? Actually, it's quite nice that although it's got the red background, it's a different shade to the poinsettia, so it really stands out. And all the poinsettia petals, and they're not petals, are they? They're leaves. And the holly in the background are all edged with gold. You get 1/2 meter of the beautiful navy. I think these two work really well together with sort of ivory coloured stars. You get 1/2 meter of this red fabric with like sort of white ivory coloured etched leaves on it. Is that Moda? Oh yes, so it is. Bit of Moda in this. Got all sorts. I think the poinsettia is Rose and Hubble. I mean, it's all beautiful quality quilting weight fabric. I'm just seeing who these are all by. Then you get 1/2 meter of the red one. And I love that. Then you get 1/2 meter of, this was like an ivory coloured background with a lovely red floral print. And then you get 1/2 meter of this one. It's the same as the cream coloured background fabric that we had in the first bundle. It's more of a raspberry pink with lovely sayings, and it's nice, as Sally was saying, is that a lot of the text goes in different directions, which makes piecing so much easier, isn't it? I mean, obviously it is in lines, but you've got some that go horizontally, some that go vertically, and they're upside down as well. So if you've got any left over of this, which you probably will, you can use other little bits. They make nice little gift tags as well. But I like the raspberry background. That goes really well with the other fabrics. So that is the red poinsettia bundle, which we do still have. We've still got a few of them in stock if you want them, but I think the green is the most popular. Now, if you need to back the quilt, you will need, 4 meters it says, but basically that's if you're using normal quilting width fabric, which is the 44-inch width. But you could use calico, just a plain fabric. It's not something that you're going to be seeing the back of. So you won't see the back of it. You won't see the backing of it because it'll be lying on the floor. But if you use extra wide backing, you will only need 2 meters of it. So if you want the instructions on their own, we have still got a few of those left. They are £9.99. Exactly 10 left of these on their own at £9.99. Right, back to you, Sally. How's your machine?
We've changed machines.
Changed machines. Was it very upset?
It was very upset.
They have days like that, don't they? I've sent it to the machine hospital.
Yes, I think it's, yes. So we start with a
square. Do you know what? It's going to get to 11 o'clock and we're going, so, We start with the square.
So I'll finish sewing this row.
Yeah, this is the green bundle is the one that Sally is started with a square. One day it won't be a square as well.
Okay.
She was very poorly.
It was very poorly, unfortunately.
Do you press open or do you press to one side?
I press to one side usually, and I usually press from the larger piece of fabric to the smaller one. But if you want to press to the dark side, that's fine as well. With something as mixed colours as this, it's difficult to press to the dark side every time. So I would just keep, and you're not having to interlock seams a great deal, so I shouldn't worry about that.
So just press to one side.
So we've then got our second side will be the same fabric as we've just sewn on.
Okay.
But it will have a little cornerstone.
Right.
So we assemble the little cornerstone onto there. Ooh, it makes so much difference when your machine goes.
Yeah, it does. When it actually works. Just whiz by. You take it for granted, don't you?
No,
it doesn't work.
I will press away from the cornerstones.
Right.
So that in fact that will interlock neatly. The seams will nest together.
Okay, so if you think,
Okay, so on the larger pieces away from the big square, on the smaller pieces away from the cornerstone. And we sew that together. Now I'm not pinning, because I generally don't, but if you feel happier pinning, then do so.
Could you use a jelly roll, a design roll for this, if you bought the pattern only?
You could, but you wouldn't get all
you wouldn't have enough,
8 rounds, no. Because the longer strips are about 12.5 inches, so you'd only get 3 of those out of the jelly roll strip.
So you wouldn't be able to?
No, unless it was one of these jelly rolls, strip rolls that has multiple repeats, then you might be okay.
But you could use it in the other bits, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Although we've only got 9 of the patterns left.
You could just have it completely scrappy if you wanted then.
Yeah, it'd be hard planning it though, wouldn't it? That's the good thing about buying the kit. I think I'd struggle.
Yeah, because I'm not very good at doing random.
No, I can do planned random.
Yes.
But no, I'm exactly the same. People go, I just go random. No, I can't do that.
No.
I have to plan random.
Yes.
Really can't do random at all.
So there you go. If you can see that, we've got quite a neat little.
Oh, that's nice.
Little point there.
Lovely.
And as you can see, these ends aren't level with the starting square. Then we go to the next round. So just when you've got your fabrics, just mark them up with a number of which round.
Okay, so do all your cutting and
yes,
them.
that's
so both
what I
of the
tend to
fabrics
do.
that Sally's got there are only available in this bundle.
Okay. So next is fabric 3. Same principle.
You must have spent ages labelling and cutting.
I think if you do, you spend less time unpicking.
Indeed, yes.
Just my
true,
opinion.
I quite like that stage though, and then I sort of walk away and do something else for a while.
Well, that's the other thing. If you've got it labelled up and you can only spend an hour a day or something like that, you can come back to it and know where you are. So we've sewn one of those. I always press the seam as sewn. And then to one side, and then usually go back and make sure you haven't got any puckers or pleats on the front side. And repeat, basically. So we'll use a different coloured cornerstone for this one, so you can see the contrast. And another fabric 3 strip. I love these quilt clips though.
I know, I use them for everything. Coffee bags.
Yeah, everything.
Pinning labels on, I know.
Yeah.
Not just sewing.
Not just sewing, no. No, just holding papers together or marking a page.
Yeah, no, they're really useful.
Yeah.
Yes. Because they don't mark stuff either.
They don't. No, they don't. And if I think the ones that you sell on the channel, they have a 1/4 inch mark on them. Yeah. So you can actually use them as you're sewing to make sure. If you
go onto the Sewing Street website and search fabric clips, you'll be able to find them. But they're great for things like that, aren't they? Because you're not pinning and marking; they're just quicker.
I don't pin, I think, because I've had quite a bit of practice, so to speak.
Yes,
and
you're an expert after all.
Well, and it sort of seems to save time for me. But if I am going to use pins, I tend to use the flat-headed ones.
Okay, why's that then?
Because I find with the round-headed ones, and each to their own, when you've got your pin in and you've got a bit of a bubbly head, it sort of rocks up the fabric a bit. Whereas with the flat ones, it stays really flat.
Oh, I see what you mean, because the round head sitting on it.
Yes, that's right. It just pulls it up a bit. I'm exaggerating there, but
no, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's. I do like these other ones though that I think you also sell. Which are these?
Oh, the magic.
The magic
pins. Yeah, I think they're out of stock, but I love them.
Oh, really? And you can. I mean, you don't want to sew over any pins, ideally, but you can press these. You can iron over these.
And also, they're much easier to pick up off the floor.
They are.
And find.
And that's another thing about either the flat ones or those. If you've got bright colours, you can see them when they're on the floor.
Yeah, I've got so many pins on my floor.
Well, yeah. And if you've got pets and children, obviously, it's something to be aware of.
I'm amazed, actually, because I have got a dog, but the dog has never got pins in her paws. I'm surprised, actually.
Ours are pretty bright, actually. They might sniff it, but they've never kind of gone. I have. Not them. Press again.
So you just press to it, it doesn't matter really which side you press to?
It doesn't really. It helps a little bit with the cornerstones if you press a cornerstone away, but it's not a big issue. So guess what we do next?
Put another one on.
Put another one on. So fabric 4 I'm going to go for.
So when you're doing all your segments, do you do one segment at a time, or do you do all the same bits on the same segment at a time?
Yeah, when I was testing it, I just did one segment. But
if you were making it?
If I was making it like I did with this red one, I sew all of the... Start with a square.
Start with a square.
And I sew all of the first one on.
Oh, okay.
And do 8 of those. Sew together 8 of those.
So you do it like a production line?
Yeah. It is quicker if you do it like that, but again, you do need to make sure everything's labelled.
Yes, true. Otherwise you'll end up with another...
Yeah. Yes. And I mean, I like a lot of us designers, you have to make things quite quickly and repetitively. So you just find but for anyone at home, you do it the way you feel more comfortable.
We'll make a whole one, do a few...
I would suggest do a whole one first.
Okay.
Yes, do a whole one first, and then you've got the trick of it. And if you're still a little bit unsure before you cut into your good fabric, just use some spare fabric that you've got, scraps.
Okay.
And make a sample one.
And
doesn't even matter if all the fabrics are the same. And then you've tested out the method.
Right.
And
That's
you feel a bit more
really good
confident.
tip, actually, because this is nice fabric, isn't it?
It is.
You don't really want to be wasting it.
No, and I suggest that with pretty much every demo that I've done. Do a test. We've all got scraps of fabric left, or an old sheet, or a bit of curtain or something. Practice before you cut into the good stuff. Off we go. There we go. There's that one. So can you see how it's growing?
They look lovely together, don't they?
And
it is important you get the same fabric in each layer as well.
It is, yes, in each row, yeah.
So that it becomes this big star.
Well, that adds to the effect of
Beautiful.
The colours. But I felt so Christmassy while I was sewing it. Yeah, well, I do now. You just think,
it's lovely, isn't it? And I love things like that because you can bring them out every year, can't you? You go, oh, it's the Christmas tree skirt.
You can. And you could embellish it if you wanted to. You could put, I don't know, sequins, beads, buttons. You could put a button in each of the cornerstones, because it's not something you're going to be putting the glass on, or unless you're doing it for a table, or treading on. So.
Oh, it would look nice with buttons, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I love buttons.
Yeah, also do I. Can't resist buying buttons, and I've got stacks of them. Then you need a button. I haven't got one. I haven't got one that matches.
I always cut buttons. I was just saying to Debbie, I wasn't cutting buttons off everything. Don't chuck that out. I love the buttons.
No. Do you cut the ribbons off your
No,
well?
I don't.
Oh,
actually.
I do.
Well, I cut them off, but I don't keep them. What do you do with them?
I'll tell you what I do use them for. Lots of things, really. But if you're making a hanging Christmas ornament or an Easter ornament, just use them as the hanging loop. They're the perfect size.
I always cut them out because I hate seeing people with them hanging out.
Yes,
so I always cut them out. But I haven't been getting one. That's it now. I'm going to end up with a jar now.
That's it. You need a jar of them or a tin of
ribbons.
them.
I'll add that to my jeans and shirts collection.
And zips.
Zips, yes. They're quite hard to unpick though, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. But what I've tended to do if I am throwing something away is cut it either side of the zip and leave the fabric on, and then sew that into the next project. Especially if it's a cushion back or something.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Nobody can see it really.
No.
Yeah, and you haven't got to.
And you haven't got to. Yeah, exactly.
It's already
I'm loving it.
Anything
really cool. Well, then you don't. It's feel good because you're recycling, aren't you?
Recycling and making life easier the next time you come to put a zip in somewhere.
It's already got the fabric on.
It's already got the fabric on. Yeah. Well, for a back of a cushion cover or a dog bed or something.
I bought some pillows, and they were in bags with really long zips around them. So I just kept those because then the zips must have been over a metre long.
Yeah. Well, they'd be great for, like, say, a dog bed.
So the green bundle is the one that Sally's working with, the green poinsettia. That's well in the lead. So the fabrics for that one are, you get 1.5 metres of the green poinsettia, you get half metre, sorry, I remember that, of the green fabric with the gold stars, you get 0.5 metre of the green spot, 0.5 metre of the sort of the Christmas red with the brown leaves, 0.5 metre of the lovely text fabric, and 0.5 metre of that gorgeous Christmas text and motif fabric. That is the green poinsettia bundle. So how are we getting on?
So I'm just going to do another round, and then I don't know how we are for time, and I'll talk about how we assemble the whole thing, yeah?
So you sew one strip on, then you sew a cornerstone to a strip, and then sew
that on, yeah. And that's exactly the same for every round until you come to the last one.
Just remember to use the right numbers each time.
Yeah.
As long as you cut them out, I guess it's worth, like you say, worth spending, because you have listed it very carefully what you need to cut out.
It takes a few minutes just to put a little label on, or just put it into a different plastic bags with a number on, or I'll just finish this side and then we'll move on.
You're going to have to finish these two when you go home.
Yes. Well, you can see how quickly it's coming together, though.
Well, yeah, exactly. I think, it's definitely achievable by Christmas, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
You're going to have to buy 3 trees this year. You've nearly got 3 skirts.
Well, the red one I've got on the desk, I've made 7 of the 8 segments.
Right.
And I did that over 2 days.
Okay, so you've got to finish it then. Really.
Yes. So I know, I perhaps sew quicker than some other people, but it is achievable.
Yeah.
It's all straight lines.
Yes, it's not It's not really complex. You've just got to take your time to cut out and label.
Yeah. The cornerstones are the things that need to be the most accurate in the cutting, because the rest, as I've said, if you're a little bit over or under, you're still fine. Okay, so that is the segment coming together.
Here we go. Yeah, that's lovely.
Starting with the centre square.
Start with the centre square.
And working out. So then we end up with the completed segment.
Mm-hmm. And all the rows.
Yeah, and have we got a long ruler?
Yes, it would be hanging up behind.
Here, yes, I can see. Excuse me.
Is that one long enough?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I can unhook it. It's a trick one, eh? And it gives you the instructions. You need to measure 13-inch from the top point and mark. Same on both sides. Hold your ruler against that mark.
Your cutting mat's not long enough, is it?
I'll move it across a bit. I'll do it diagonally.
We did longer cutting mat, probably. Or just draw a line.
Yeah, or just draw a line. You could cut it with scissors then if you wanted to.
See, I think that's great because it's the sort of template that makes it difficult, but because you've got a line, and then you can see, that's nice, isn't it, that any discrepancies in size. Yes,
that's right, because all of these don't have to be absolutely accurate. If I designed it so that this was accurate, you'd save a little bit of fabric, but getting them to join together, you've got bias edges. Oh,
yeah, you know. Good point. Yeah.
So I thought let's go for the simplest.
Yeah, it's not really that much fabric you're going to save anyway.
No. And you can always use it, which I use it like for stuffing pin cushions or cat beds or whatnot.
Cat beds, always good for stuff.
Stuffing a cat bed.
Sally made a cat bed for us before. It's not just randomly talking about cat beds.
There you go. See. You blade needed.
That's quite satisfying though, isn't it?
Oh, it's a lovely crunchy sound, isn't it?
And then you just like, look at that.
And there you are.
Look, actually looks like a tree.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So
we make eight of those. And then when you come to assembling it, which I'll do with this one, I've got 7 segments on this one.
Okay, so this is the red poinsettia
This is the red
bundle.
one. So I'll trim one of the red ones so that we can add it in.
So the graphics on the screen now are for the red one. I love that one.
It's nice, and there is a slight pinky tinge to the text.
Yes, I quite like
really
that sort of one. It's like almost a raspberry pink, isn't it? It's lovely. Like Christmas pudding.
Yes. So there we go. I'll trim this one and then we can add it on to the whole skirt. Better. Now, the measurement I've given you of this 13 inches to cut from the top to the point, again, you've got a bit of leeway because if you're not making this as a table topper and it is as a tree skirt, it doesn't have to join together because you've got the gap where the ties will go.
Right, so there's no...
Okay.
Yeah, because you haven't got the seam.
So if that didn't quite meet, it wouldn't matter.
Okay.
And I didn't want it to meet particularly because I thought it just might look a bit scruffy on the back.
Yeah.
But it's just my thoughts.
I see what you mean.
So there we
go.
Yeah,
because if it overlapped...
Yeah, it would just look a bit, you know. But it doesn't matter if it does, not a problem. So this one now has got 7 segments, so I'm just going to add the last one. And you'll notice I've already got a hole in the centre.
Right, yeah.
But it's not as big as the finished one. So all I do when I trim the segment is just take off about 1 inch off the bottom. If you're going to use just a table centre, you wouldn't take that off.
Right.
But you need to be careful to make your points neatly
But you could
join.
sew a circle on top, couldn't you?
You could, yeah. And
if you wanted it whole.
Yeah. So I'm going to sew this on. So literally just right sides together. Now because you are joining some seams here, what I would do is at each seam, put a pin through, bring it back up through the stitching, make sure it's coming through the stitching on both front and back, and then you know you've got a neatly matched seam.
Lovely.
I'm not going to match them all, I'm just going to go ahead and sew it. So
it's best to match
do every single one.
Every seam.
Yeah. It's not difficult. As I say, if you just put a pin in the seam, it does help to make it more accurate.
And by the time you quilt it, no one will notice if it doesn't match exactly.
Yes, and I mean, once you've got your presents on, who's going to notice?
Exactly. I know, it's one of those things though, isn't it? When you're making it, you think, oh, I can't, oh, that's awful. But then once it's quilted and it's being used.
Yes, and what do they say? Finished is better than perfect. So,
yeah, there are no stitch police.
Yes.
Finish is better than perfect, yeah.
Yeah. I like things to be right, I do. But I'm also not going to get stressed about a not quite matched point. So I'm just going through it by... Are we okay on time at the moment?
Yeah, yeah, no, we're fine actually.
Good, good, good.
Oh, we've got a photo
Oh, have we?
from
Oh,
Gwyneth in Mumbles. Wow, I've just found the edges and taken it to the garage to hand sew while my car is having an oil change.
Oh, no.
Obviously, obviously, Gwyneth in Mumbles. Oh, I love the Mumbles.
Yes.
Fantastic place. I went to university in Swansea, spent a lot of time in the Mumbles on a Saturday night. It's a lovely place. Yeah. It's really, really lovely
that
place
looks
by the sea.
fantastic.
Lovely, I'm just laughing now. That's what a good thing to do, because it's very boring when you're sitting in the garage. You may as well hand sew the back of it.
So just don't get any oil on your car.
Yeah, just stay in the car, don't get out. That looks lovely, doesn't it?
I was talking with Debbie in the green room before, and we were saying about how if you're going on a trip, you take drinks and food and different things to make sure if you get stuck, you're okay. But she carries some crochet, and I always carry a bit of hand patch.
Just in case. So rather than a snow shovel.
Yeah, just sit and sew. And I was going on a trip with some friends on a coach down to Hampton Court Palace, and it was organised by an embroidery group. And the coach broke down about half an hour out, so we had to just wait for another coach to come. So I just gave everybody some of my patches, and we all sat on the couch, including the vicar who was happened to be there. Yes. Well, he sews, he's just.
Oh right, oh he can sew. You didn't have to teach him.
No. But he hadn't done patchwork before, but they all had by the time we got to Hampton Court.
That's brilliant. Whole quilt done by the end.
Yeah.
Oh look, there you go. If you're looking to salvage long zips, you can't beat old sleeping bags.
Oh,
sent by Smoffy. Oh, hello Smoffy. Smoffy is one of my main Christmas crochet along people. Morning. Yes. Oh, now talking about the Christmas crochet along very, very quickly. So I'm just pulling up my tights on air. Sorry. Do you know how you do that? Not even noticing. I'm sorry, I'm just pulling up my tights. They keep falling down. Sorry. Did it without even noticing. You hadn't said you're pulling up your tights.
We're human beings.
Look, my tights are falling down. Yes. Talking about Christmas crochet alongs, I have a special announcement for you in a minute. So I'll tell you. Let's carry on with this.
Okay. So we have now completed the top. I haven't pressed it all, but that's what we would do. We would then back it and put the wadding and backing,
right.
And then you can quilt it. Having quilted it, then we want to bind it, and we also need to make this hole a little bit bigger.
So you don't touch the circle until it's all quilted?
Circle is more or less the last thing.
Oh, okay.
You do, but so I would quilt it all first, and then...
where would you quilt it?
On mine, I quilted in between the strips with a fancy machine stitch.
Yes, that's pretty, isn't it? It's quite nice actually, bit of Christmas quilting.
Yeah, so yes, and it just joins at the
That's nice
point
actually, because you haven't put loads of quilting
no,
on it. It doesn't
not
need
at all.
loads,
No, no, it's probably difficult to see because it's quite a busy fabric.
Well, I can see that you've done in the centre of each segment.
Yeah, in the centre of each segment. Yeah, yeah.
Like that. Oh, look, there you go. You can see there.
So
that's quite nice actually. So it's not loads.
No, it isn't. It isn't. And you literally start at one and you just keep going.
Yeah, perfect.
Just keep
I
going
like
all the
the
way around.
decorative stitch as well.
Yeah, lots of decorative stitches on the machine.
I know, we never use them, do we?
No, I love to use them for quilting.
But it's what you sort of think, oh, I don't use those, so it's for quilting, it's a great opportunity.
And also because this one's a bit of a ziggy-zaggy one, it gives an extra effect rather than just a straight line. Well, anyway,
I like that.
That's what I like. That's what I like.
Yeah, no, I like that. That's a good idea. It sort of looks a bit like fairy lights.
Yes, it does. It does. It just because it gives some different angles of the light falling on the fabric. So then we come to doing this. We've quilted it, and then we come to doing the centre circle, and I've provided a template for you
with notches even.
with notches, so when you place it on the quilt, you'll know if you match these notches up with each of the seam lines, you know that it's centred completely.
Perfect.
Okay. And I would photocopy that or trace it rather than cut the
Yeah, you
pattern.
want to put your instructions.
No.
And that'll fit most trees, won't it?
Well, if it doesn't cut it bigger. But
Yeah, don't buy a tree that's or only buy one.
It's a 6-inch diameter.
Yeah, it would be a massive
so
tree.
It would be like a telegraph pole.
And if you have got an extraordinarily large tree, just cut your whole
Just cut the whole bit. I also didn't want it too tight though, because if the tree has got rough bark, you know, I don't want to damage the thing. So you'd cut your circle. Then we go for the binding, which is... Oh, then we put the ties on next, sorry, the ties. So the ties are just a strip of fabric.
Oh, we've only got a couple of minutes.
Oh,
That's
okay.
fine, we're nearly there.
You fold into the centre, fold over and press, and top stitch to give you your ties.
Perfect.
And then I would just, because there's 6 of these, just mark lines, places to put them, pin them, and then just top stitch them to hold them in place, matching on the other side. And then when you come now to putting the binding on, just pin or clip those out of the way so they don't get caught in your binding. We have straight binding that goes all the way around the edges.
Okay, so you start from the
centre,
go all the way around.
Go all the way round, and then we have a strip, only one strip of bias binding, which I've made from just some scraps left over.
Okay.
And I don't like cutting bias binding because you cut a great big piece of fabric out to make that.
Yeah.
So I cut 2 shorter ones and joined them.
So otherwise you need such a long length, don't you?
And we only need this one bit.
Oh, I suppose, yes, because the rest of it's straight. So
the rest of it is straight. And I have done them before where I've just done straight binding around there as well, because it's not a tight circle, so you can get away with it. So you put your bias binding around the centre circle, trim off the excess, and finish with your straight binding.
I love it. I just don't know which one I like the best. Really difficult, isn't it?
So there you go. That's Christmas Eve taken care of.
that's it. You've got to buy 3 Christmas trees this year.
Yes.
You've got to finish them now.
Oh, yes.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Sally. That has been brilliant. You've really explained that so well.
Thank you. Sorry about the machine, but I was sort of out of my
Not
control.
really your fault, though. We'll let you away. I'll get away with that one. So the one that Sally has on the desk is the red bundle. They're $42.99 for the whole kit. Again, obviously you get the full instructions in the kit, and then 1.5 meters of the red poinsettia fabric, which is this one. Let me move the others out of the way because we're getting confusing. Right. The only way you can buy this fabric is in this bundle. You get a fat quarter, a 1/2 meter, still rabbits, of all of these other fabrics. You get the like the ivory white print with the red floral. I like the mixture of these sort of florals and texts and prints.
I think it gives it a good sort of, it keeps your eye moving around, looks interesting. I think it's fun for children to look at.
Yeah, that's true actually. Yes, yeah, because it is more interesting. It's nice to have the mix of colours and prints, but they don't all have to be Christmas prints.
No, some of these aren't now.
No, some of them are floral, aren't they?
One is a floral, yeah.
We've got then the red one, that's a Moda one with the white sort of etched flowers. We've got a navy one with stars, and then we've got this like raspberry one with all the different texts on. So that's the whole bundle. $42.99, full instructions, everything you need to know. It's got the circle template, all the measurements, all the cutting out. Really, really simple to understand. Don't forget, if you buy the kit, to write down today's date so you can go back and watch the demo, because Sally really has explained in detail how to do that. That is the red fabric, the red poinsettia fabric bundle. The green poinsettia fabric bundle we get really, really popular. Is that winning, Hannah? By far. By far.
I'll show that one again then.
So Sally's going to show what that one looks like. Look, there you go. That's an 1/8 of it. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So that's what that looks like. You get 1.5 meters of the green poinsettia because you use that for the edges and use it for the binding and the ties. You get 1/2 meter of the following fabrics. You get the gold stars, the gold stars on green. You get this fur green with spots. You get the leaf fabric, sort of a Christmas red with brown leaves. You get the text fabric, which has very strange words on it. La glamour, vogue, la party, le sparkle. I'm not sure it's very French. Le scent, l'elegance. Some of it is, but I'm not sure whether le sparkle, maybe le sparkle is a thing. Le sparkle, le vintage. Brilliant. And then 1/2 metre of this Holy Night, fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy. I love that. That is really nice. And that has some gold metallic on it. So that is that bundle. Do we have any of the instructions left, Hannah? Okay, wadding. Do we have any of the instructions? No. So you can't buy the instructions on their own anymore. The only way you can buy the instructions if you buy the whole quilt kit. If you want the wadding, you will need 2 metres of this. It's $6.99 a metre. It's the 80/20 wadding. It's my favourite wadding. So what's your favourite wadding?
80/20, yes.
Oh, there we go. I love 80/20.
Yeah, because it's got a nice drape, but it's not too heavy, not too puffy, and it's easy to wash. And
it's lovely.
It's great.
Really, and it's really, really wide. And you can buy it by the 1/2 metre. That's what I love as well. And it's super wide. So that's the 80/20 wadding. Anyway, Sally, thank you so much for joining me today. Look forward to seeing you back soon.
Yeah, 2nd of December, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See you back here then. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
You too.
Anyway, yes, special announcement to do with, is it about my yarn lane? I just want to make sure that my special announcement was the same as Hannah's. So when we did the Mystery Christmas Crochet Along a few weeks ago, we completely sold out, and I have spent the last few weeks trying to get some more kits. They had a real problem with one of the yarns. It has finally arrived, and it's in the warehouse. And it's available on pre-order. I only have a few of them. There are only a limited number I could buy. So if you want to join the Yarn Lane Mystery Christmas Crochet Along, if you go to www.yarnlane.com, you can buy it on the website there. Obviously, Yarn Lane will be at 12 o'clock. I'll be talking to you more about the kit then because I've got a sample of it. You might need to refresh if it doesn't come up straight away, but we have finally got them. And it got to the point when, at what point, we've had a lot of people have asked them, at what point do we resell it? But we have got a few. I will show you at 12 o'clock what's in the kit because I've got a sample of it here. And I'm going to show you the latest block. But I just wanted to say, if you wanted to get ahead, if you wanted to join the Crochet Along, which you have been loving, I'm loving it too, it's brilliant. We're on week 4, so we're not quite halfway because you've got to get to the end of week 4 for that. If you've shopped on Sewing Street, the P&P is the same as for Yarn Lane, and it's the same account as well. Anyway, that's the Mystery Christmas Crochet Along. I'll talk to you a bit more about that at 12, but I didn't want you to miss out. So thank you for being with me for this hour. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time with Debbie for this beautiful brand new fabric range, all about the Jacobean designs, and Debbie's going to show us how to make a quilt with it and give you some inspiration, but it's a beautiful fabric collection. You're going to love it. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. We have got a beautiful fabric range for you today. We've got it all in different sorts, so you can buy a bundle of all of it, you can buy it in groups, you can buy it in panels, you can buy it singly. There is a sample of what Debbie has done with our fabric bundle. That's beautiful, isn't it? Just a small idea of what you can, I mean, it's gorgeous. This fabric range is by Henry Glass Fabrics. It's called Jacobean Joyeux, which means joyous Jacobean. It's absolutely gorgeous. So the Jacobean era is 1600s, time of James I. Comes from the Latin Jacob, which means James, or I guess James means Jacob. And it's really symbolised by acanthus leaves, very sort of ornate twirling vines and things. It's a mixture between the Flemish fabrics that were coming over at the time, or the Flemish designs, and also the Indian bedspreads. And the mixture of the two together in the 1600s created this Jacobean design period. And it also coincided with hand sewing needles being made. And so that sort of design of the Jacobean flourish and the intricacy of it, and the sewing needles coming at the same time, was brought upon the advent of crewel embroidery. because people then had that design element, they could then sew it. And so you see a lot of designs elements used from the Jacobean period, and it's absolutely beautiful. So Henry Glass has celebrated this in this brand new fabric collection. Now we have got lots of different things for you. I'm going to start with the bundle. On the photo on the website there is just a picture of the panel, but you do get the panel, but you also get 10.5 meters with it. But they're not all in the photo, just in case you're thinking, oh, am I only getting the panel? You're not. So let me show you. This is, look at this. This is the whole bundle. You get 10.5 meters of fabric, all from this range. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And one of these is free. You can choose which one. No, there's just, you pay for only 9.5 meters. Not only that, you get the beautiful panel with it. Now this is absolutely stunning fabric. If you go on to get some inspiration, the Henry Glass website, there are several free patterns using this fabric range. So if you love it and you want some inspiration of what you can do with it, I mean, Debbie's made some beautiful samples, so we'll be going through that with her. You use the designs in different ways because there are border prints as well. But if you want some other inspiration, there are free designs on the Henry Glass website using this range, and they are stunning. So give you some lovely ideas. Lots of you are loving this, but look at the panel. I absolutely love the panel. And it really is. It makes you think of, I mean, when you think of the Jacobean period, they were, their textiles, they were used to line castle walls and things. Actually, which way can I put it so you can see it? If I do it that way, can you see it? Or do I need to do it this way? So that's it, sort of, because it's quite a big panel, look. So that's it. There's the top and the bottom. So it's sort of on the wrong way. I'm going to have to turn it round because you're looking at it sideways, aren't you? I just don't think you're going to get to see all of it. But isn't it beautiful? I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, that this design is a mixture of those sort of Flemish designs and the Indian bedspread designs. So it's quite an interesting mix of complexity. And acanthus leaves. Maybe that's where William Morris got his love of acanthus leaves from. It is stunning though. I love the background of this because although it's sort of a rich, winey claret red, it's not solid, it's mottled, so it looks almost like a colour wash. I mean, and this is just the panel on its own. That's just the panel. So that's in the bundle, just the panel. But in this bundle as well, we have got 10.5 meters. They are gorgeous. Let's start at this one. So this one comes in 2 colourways. This is in the bundle. Beautiful, isn't it? It's got sort of, actually that's upside down. It's got vines and flowers. Very, very stylised. Beautiful fabric. Go have a close-up, Bob. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, it isn't upside down. I thought my flowers were upside down, but it's actually multi-directional because the flowers go in opposite ways. So that is one of the fabrics in the bundle. Same fabric, but with I wouldn't say white, off-white, ivory colour background. You can sort of, I feel like a dress. Dress look beautiful in this. Obviously in this, I think we will have this one available by the half metre. But this is one of the fabrics. But the beauty of buying the bundle is all of the fabrics all go together. The colours go together, the designs, the patterns, the fabric weight, the width, the whole thing goes together. So whatever you make with them, you know it's all going to go together. Now the next fabric is the next 3, all the same pattern, but in 3 different colourways. So you get this is exactly the same background that you get in the panel, half metre of that one. Beautiful, same background, but in a gold. And then exactly the same pattern again, but in the ivory. I mean, look at those 3 together. I need to add those to the pile so we can really see them. They look different when you get them all out. There's those 3. Then we have the green. So this is lovely. This is tonal, very, very tonal. So it's all, I think, in fact, it's almost identical to this print, slightly different, same sort of icons, but all in tonal greens. Oh, I'm getting confused now. Then we have that one, the same tonal fabric in reds. And again, the beauty of getting the bundle is, look how all of these colours all flow. They all match beautifully. So whatever you make them into, they'll go. If you really fancy making a quilt that's a beautiful, rich colours and patterns, this is gorgeous. You've got the plainer green. These are your kind of your low volume fabrics. And then you've got the same one in green. And remember, in this bundle, you are getting 10 half meters of fabric, including the fabric panel. Now you can make a whole quilt from all, put the fabric panel in the centre. You can use some of the fabrics for different things. You can just keep it for your stash to, use with other items. You can mix and match it with plain fabrics. I've got a bundle of those in a minute to show you, to make it go further if you want to use it to make a quilt and a bigger one. It's quite nice to mix and match with plain fabrics because then it just goes further. But what a stunning bundle of fabric. £82.39, and you are saving £7.49 because one of those half meters is free. I mean, I have not seen a fabric collection. Quite often you see fabric collections and they're similar or on the same theme. I haven't seen one as stunning as this for a while. It's gorgeous, isn't it? But then Henry Glass always has beautiful fabrics. So that is the large mega bundle. I'm going to move it off the desk in a minute. Now, if you want the panel, you love the panel and you just want it on its own, we do have it on its own. Very, very limited in stock. So that's £7.49. It's the full width of the fabric, so that's 44 inches, 112 centimetres. But the width of the panel is 24 inches, and it is cut to width, so you won't get part of it. It comes like that. That's half of it, and that's the other half. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So the whole panel, like I showed you before, £7.49. That's an amazing price. And it is, it's Henry Glass fabric, so it's beautiful quality. It's quilting weight cotton, but it's very, very soft, beautifully printed. That is about to sell out on its own. So if you want that, you need to pop that in your basket. Now, we also have a border print. That isn't in the bundles. You wouldn't have seen that one yet. But this is really interesting. Again, have a look on the Henry Glass website because they actually use this fabric in some of the quilts. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, can't be. Just counting what was in the bundle. Look at this one. Now, this is available by the half metre. So if you look how it runs, these borders are running parallel to the selvage. So if you want more than a half a metre, so each one of these borders is 50 centimetres long because of the way it runs parallel. So as this is available by the half metre, if you want more than half a metre, then you can buy it and it will come cut in the size piece you want. So if you think, right, I want borders and I need them to be 2 metres long, you'll need to buy 4 units of this. It won't come in separate half metre pieces, it will come as a 2 metre piece. So just work out what you're going to need. And borders, they just really make such a difference to a quilt. You can cut these individually and use them as separate borders. They look beautiful when you mitre them on corners. If you get the same border and mitre it to go across the bottom and up the top. There's loads of different things. Maybe you're doing some dressmaking. If you were making something you think, I'd love to put a really intricate border along the bottom of a skirt or a dress or, to use for the hem, it would look absolutely stunning. And you've got all of these borders all in the one piece of fabric. But remember, they do run vertically parallel to the selvages. So if you want them to be longer, just buy a bigger piece and it will come as a whole cut piece for you. So that's the border, £7.49. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Love that one. This one is not in the mega bundle. The only way you can buy the border fabric is to buy it by the half metre. Now, I was saying earlier, if you wanted to make the bundle go further and you want some plain fabrics, they're not part of this range. They are just fabrics that we have chosen that will go with this Jacobean fabric. So I'll show you how, just so you can see how they work. So this is the panel. So in this bundle, we've got mustardy gold, beautiful colour match. We've got this lovely red, and look at that, look at the colour match with that. Absolutely gorgeous, spot on. Then we've got the green, which goes, look, matches exactly with that. And then we've got the ivory, which is where you can see it on the dove, and it's on the background of that one as well. So if you want to make the print fabric go further, or maybe you want to do some binding, or you want to add, you know, maybe you're putting some strips or some borders or some sashing in, £12.99 is for 2 meters. So you will get 4 half meters of this plain fabric that goes together beautifully, because it's quite, well, it's hard, isn't it, you know, to mix and match if you're just looking on screen or at Shakard's book. Because we've done it ourselves, you can see how beautifully that goes together. It's lovely, isn't it? 2 meters, very, very popular if you want to buy that, because obviously, you know, it's our plain cotton, same quality, you know, normal quilting weight and the quilt, same width fabric, but obviously because it's from our plain mixer, it's less, it's more inexpensive. Not obviously, it's cheaper than that. We've also done some little bundles. So if you love the fabric but you don't want the whole mega bundle and you just want some small ones, this one has got 2 meters. So you've got 4 half meters in this bundle. You get half a meter of this really ornate red one. Move that one out of the way, it probably will fall off the table now. You get half a meter of this one. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Half a meter of that one. So this is the red bundle, and half a meter of that one. So, you know, if you had the complementary bundle with it, you can pick up, because those colours are all in here as well. So if you just want the red ones, that's £28.99. Let me put that with that one, I'm confused. So we've got another bundle. If you like the cream colourway, we've got that as 2 half meters. We've just put a few options together for you. If you love the cream fabric, we've got it in half a meter of the one that's the larger pattern, and then half a meter of that one. £13.99, so you get a metre, 2 half metres of beautiful Henry Glass Jacobean Joyeux fabric, a metre in total. The gold, so you get half, in this bundle, you get half a metre of the large print and half a metre of this small, more low volume print. They work really well together, don't they? I mean, you know, it's just one of those, if you wanted just a bit of this fabric in the stash, if you're thinking, actually, I really like that, I'll make some gorgeous cushions. You know, you could use half a metre, you'll get, well, 2 cushions, front and back, or, you know, 4 if you did it, use them all from the front and use your own fabric. But, you know, they go together beautifully. So if that's just you want a small sample of it, that's 2 half metres. And then finally, there's the green one. I mean, obviously the green one is really good to mix and match. You know, if you wanted to buy maybe the gold one and you wanted the green, if you just want a few, it's just sort of giving you a few different buying options. So you get the green print one, and then you get the green background one. £13.99, 2 half metres. But don't forget, if you love the fabric and you can't decide, don't forget the mega bundle. See, the picture that's on the web, remember, is only got the panel in it, but you don't just get the panel. You get 10 half metres plus the panel, and one of the half metres is free. We give, for buying the whole thing, you can have 1 half metre free. Just think what you can do with that. Now, there are less than 20 of that bundle left. do visit Henry Glass's website for ideas, because there are free patterns on there. However, we gave Debbie the fabric.
You did?
And asked her to come up with some ideas for us.
Yeah.
What did you think? Where did you start?
Well, I love the panel, the centre panel, as you say.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's just lovely. So I wanted that to be the centrepiece,
right,
of my quilt. And then I have made some flying geese pieces, just the individual flying pieces that I'm going to show you how to make, because they've got the same kind of theme, haven't they? The same Jacobean style.
Yeah, definitely.
So I wanted to stay with that. And then these pieces, the strips, I then just kind of went a little bit freestyle and just thought, actually, I need this one here, I wanted a bit wider because it picked out the reds.
Okay.
Then I wanted to go back to the same green here because it just complemented that green.
Yeah.
And then I used this border, which I thought was lovely. I love that border fabric.
Actually, you haven't cut that into individual ones, but it looks like it's pieced, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Because I thought I'll just show. Today I'm going to cut it to show you, because obviously you've got to allow for the seam allowance if you're cutting it, the way to cut it. But with this example here, I just use the whole piece, or cut the sort of design from the piece of the panel. So loads of different options. That's what I liked about it. You could just go,
and also because the colours are quite different, aren't they? I mean, they go together well, but you can really contrast them because of the green and the gold and the red.
Very much so. And I liked, as you mentioned earlier, the weight of them. So this one's quite a small pattern, a low weight pattern, whereas this one, you know, is very bold in contrast. So you've got
nice
lots
balance of print, haven't you, there?
Real balance, yeah. So I just had fun with it, really. I just had fun with it. Why not? That's what we want to do with fabric,
isn't it? It looks like you've got that folded up. It would actually make two, because that's just half of it.
I think that would make a really nice big cushion, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it? And you could get two from that panel.
You could have two of those and put them on the bed, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
And then you could just contrast it. You could just have some smaller oblong cushions, couldn't you, to sit in front?
Yeah.
So you just such
variety. Look like you lived in a castle, wouldn't it?
Yes, yes.
It's just the sort of the depth of the colour and the print. It also sort of asking to be quilted, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? With this border panel, absolutely perfect to quilt it, because you've got that border panel. Everything's lined up, isn't it? You haven't got to get all your seams lined up. And you could do some real intricate quilting here, couldn't you, with this shape here?
Well, when
all very different.
When you haven't got to transfer the pattern because it's already there, it's so much easier.
Perfect, absolutely perfect. So I love that. I actually really loved the border panel. That was really, really nice.
So the border print is on screen at the moment. That's only available on its own. It's not in the bundle and it's not in the pairs. So if you want the border print, it's $7.49 for half a metre.
That border panel is actually nice to have with just the plains, isn't it? Because you could really just have a plain centre.
You could, yes.
For
so
a cushion.
With the complementary.
The complementary plains.
Yes.
And you could really go to town with just that border print.
True, actually.
Beautiful.
Really
I love that.
Yeah.
That is
when
lovely.
because the colours pick it up as well.
Yeah.
Interesting. There's a bit of pink in that as well, so you could even add a little bit of.
Yeah, you don't notice the pink. Yeah.
It's very much like the tapestry fabrics we've had, isn't it?
Yes, yes, it is.
It's that era.
That's what it reminded me of.
Well, there's one that we do, I think it's called like Harlequin or something, and that's very similar.
It's very
to that,
much
isn't
like
it?
their diamonds, isn't it, and the triangles. So yeah, just lovely. So
Okay.
I think just play with it, and because I don't think you can go wrong.
Well, it all goes together.
It all goes together.
Luckily.
And because you're getting so much in the bundle, as I did, you could just play and mix and match. So today, I haven't really got a plan. I'm going to do exactly the same. And I'm just going to freestyle it.
Do it.
But I am going to show you how. I know, we cover flying geese quite often, don't we, on Sewing Street. But just to do some, I was just going to go through some measurements.
Yeah, no, it's really useful because, we always think, we do that. But not everybody watches every day.
No.
Everyone's at different levels. Some people, this is their first time. And if it is, welcome.
Exactly. And they come together very easily, don't they, the flying geese? And they look quite intricate, but then you could quite easily go wrong with it as well. So I just thought I'd cover that.
Good idea. And I want to see how you do the corners as well.
Yes, because on this sample, you can see I've done the flying geese pieces here. And then this corner piece just sort of really
it looks lovely. I mean,
off.
that's a really nice border, because I love medallion quilts where they always start with the centre thing and then they have all the borders and panels. But it's nice to see how you can turn a corner.
Yes.
Because that's often the tricky bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that flows beautifully the way you've done
It's the
that.
measurements, isn't it? It's the getting the measurements right. So I did have to adjust it a little bit.
Okay.
So I'll just start with a whole half a metre of fabric. So I've just folded it in half, because I just tend to cut with the fabric folded in half. So you can see I've even got the salvage edge on. And I'm just going to cut 2 inches. Let's just square that up to start with. 2.5 inches actually. So square that side up. So 2.5 inches wide. So I always just square up that parallel line at the bottom on the fold, so that you're getting it nice and square. 2.5 inches. And then you've still got lots left. It did seem to go a really long way.
Well, 10 metres of fabric is a lot of fabric.
It's a lot of fabric, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Well, 10.5 metres, sorry. 5 metres. 5 metres, 10.5 metres. It's a lot of fabric.
So I've got my 2.5 inch strip. So I'm just going to lay that parallel to one of the lines just to keep it all square. It's got a bit of a bend on it, this board.
It has not been stored flat.
No.
Under a bed.
That's it. There's not many beds around here. So I'm just making sure that, let's just cut that other salvage off. You just don't want to waste any, do you?
No.
I hate wasting any fabric. So make sure your salvage edges are cut off. So I'm doing it 2.5 inches wide by 4.5 inches.
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Double check.
I do that as well. I count on my ruler. I measure it and then go 1, 2, 3, 4.5.
I always, I measure
cut
on.
it wrong so many
Always
times.
do. I always do that.
Always.
So
Really
I use my
annoying, isn't
ruler.
it?
I mean, this is a 4.5 inch ruler, but I'd still always double check on your mat. It's there, isn't it? Why not use it? So same again. So just cut. I can't remember how many I used. It would have been 2, 4, 6, 12, about 36, I think it was, to go around the edge of that panel. So 4.5. So 4.5 inches wide by 2.5 inches. So they're my strips. You can see I'm not fussy cutting these. So if you wanted to, you could just go that extra detail, couldn't you?
Yes.
Fussy cut them. Make sure that they're all lined up as you like them. And then I might just take this red, because that goes really nicely with the flowers in the centre, and it will pick up the red from the centre panel, because that's what it's going to be next to. So this is literally how I did it, just very going with how I felt it just worked. So you can see this panel up. It's a little bit chopped because of where I've used it to do the sample. So let's get rid of that edge. And square this one up. So you always square up that bottom edge so I get a nice straight line on that left hand side. And then this time I'm going to cut 2.5 inch squares.
Okay.
So 2.5 inch squares, so line up on the fold, then across that left hand side, 2.5 inches. Let's do another. We'll do another strip because we'll have plenty then, so that we can show you quite a few. And I think once you've started to do some of these flying geese shapes, then you get into a bit of a rhythm with it, don't you? And they're just really.
Yeah, it's just working out how to do it to start with.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
And the cutting is so important, isn't it? Getting everything accurate, getting straight lines. So there's my piece of fabric. So it's 2.5 inches. And then these are going to be 2.5 inch square. So again, I'm measuring with my ruler, 2.5 inches. I find this actually really relaxing, the cutting, especially when you've got a lot to do.
Yeah, no, it's quite nice. But I always sort of then have a break. I'll do my cutting.
Yeah.
And then label it all.
Yeah.
And it's so lovely to come back to start sewing when
when it's all cut.
I know.
Yeah, I like to, if I finish something one day, so if it's, I don't know, 4 o'clock in the afternoon or something, I like to then cut tomorrow's
Yeah,
work.
no, I'm the same. It's lovely,
So
isn't
you
it?
feel like you're ahead, and then when you come to it in the morning, everything's all
It's all
cut
there
and
labelled. You're like,
labelled.
oh, it's so exciting.
You would never have
You understand sewing together.
thought it was so.
I know it is. It's so exciting. You think, oh, I just can't wait. I've got it all cut out. It's all
Yeah,
lovely.
I mean, it's a lovely hobby to have.
I know. I did that on Friday. No, Saturday. I cut out everything. I was making what was I making? One of the next bird of the month, and then I sewed it all on Sunday. It was lovely.
It's really
It had
satisfying,
lots
isn't
of
it?
pieces. So I thought I'm going to cut it all out and just leave it all there. And then Sunday it was waiting for me.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't get moved, of course, or
No,
a gust
No
of
one-
wind.
no one would dare move my fabric.
No. It's nice because with this one, like I say, you wouldn't believe there was, like I say, 36 pieces. So you've actually got 36 of these, the rectangle ones,
Right.
and then whatever double third, 72 of these. So you've got quite a pile,
Yeah, it's quite a
actually.
stack, isn't it?
So you could do some nice chain piecing as well. So you might want to use your friction pen and a ruler. I tend to freestyle it, freehand.
Freehand.
But I'll show you how to do it with the friction pens if you want to be more precise, because there's so many of them, and you've cut that triangle. When you cut the triangle in a minute for the flying geese, it is then on the bias.
Okay.
So you might get a bit of movement. So it is best to pin.
So if you haven't got a friction pen and you need some new ones, because they do run out, £11.97 for 3, green, violet, blue. We love friction pens.
I
just
can't manage
brilliant.
without them.
I know, I
You just
couldn't.
can't manage, can you?
And I've got a lot of mine that have run out, and I keep them. And I think, why don't I just chuck that out?
Yeah,
Just have
I'm not
that-
very good at chucking
that
pens
thought that
out.
it might work again. But I do need some new ones. But they're just great for marking stuff. And I was marking quilting yesterday with them. And it's lovely because I was marking some quite like ivory fabric with a purple one. I did all the quilting.
It's quite nice,
And then
isn't
I
it?
pressed it afterwards like, oh!
Yeah, yeah, and then the
Do test,
satisfaction
please
when
remember, do test.
when you press it out and it just disappears.
I know, it's
so
amazing.
clever.
It's just amazing.
Don't even get a
And
start.
that's how I label all my fabric as well. I just label it all with a friction pen.
Yeah, so you don't bother with post-its or anything. You just write on the fabric itself.
Yes, just don't put it on the hot ironing board.
No, and then it'll disappear.
It's quite annoying that.
So I've attached that square piece to
Yes.
the rectangle piece. I always start on the
Okay.
left-hand side.
Right.
So it doesn't matter which side you do start on, but I would say be consistent.
Always the same side.
So that your seams then are consistent all the
Okay.
way through. So I'm going to start on the left. I've pinned it in place. I've drawn across that diagonal. Now I'm going to sew across that diagonal line, sew on the line. So you're not doing 1/4 of an inch past it. So here we go. You can of course do your reverse stitch to lock it, but because these are then going to go within another seam, you're going to sew over that seam anyway. So you've sewn across there, and you can always double check before you go cutting anything off by turning that back on itself, and that's what it's going to look like. Yeah. So you think, actually, yeah, that's right. So you know you've got to cut
yeah,
this.
because I have cut them the wrong way.
Yeah, I think we've all done that, haven't we? So I'm going to cut that edge off, take it to your ironing board, and then just finger press. Because I like to be really precise when I'm quilting, because then it just keeps all your lines straight. So set the seam, and then do the reverse. And reverse to one side, or you can press those seams open. I'm just going to the darker side, and then press. You could use some best press here. That would keep it nice and structured, wouldn't it?
That's true. We'll have best press.
That I do use best press a lot when I'm at home, I have to say.
Yeah, there you go.
And there you go. So
everyone says they use best press.
I love it. Yeah, I do use it a lot, and it smells nice. I like the lavender and
There's
vanilla one.
It's nice, isn't it?
So that's your left-hand piece done. So then take the next piece, the next 2.5 inch square, place that right sides together on this right-hand side, parallel and in line with those corners. Pin in place. I always just pin on that bottom edge, and then with your ruler, draw across the diagonal line. so that you know that that is absolutely square. Those pins are just getting in the way slightly there. So draw across your diagonal line with your friction pen. They're nice and dark as well, aren't they? You know, you can always see the ink.
Yeah, you can, and it just makes it a lot easier, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could use a pencil, you're drawing on the wrong side, but you just know it'll press out. Always test it. But I have to say, I do always test on the fabric first, but I've never had it not come out.
No,
or mark.
I've not.
I think it's obviously okay for cotton fabric, but it is worth testing it.
It is worth testing it just in case.
There's
isn't
just something so pleasurable, like when you press it and it comes away.
Yeah, there is. So then I'm going to just finger press that across, and then I can see that that's going to be how it looks.
Yeah.
So I know that I can chop this half off, leaving your 1/4 inch seam allowance, and then press to set the seam, press again to the dark side. So on the reverse side of that little block, mine are both pressed to the darker side.
Yeah.
So that's what the reverse looks like. And then
hang on.
there.
That's the reverse.
So those seams are pressed to the darker side fabric, and then just press it out. Now you could, at this point, because you always get a little bit of, as I say, because that's on the bias, you're going to get a little bit of stretch. So it's an idea, if you like, because you can see how one of the pieces is about 1/8 of an inch bigger than the other. So to be really precise, you could use your ruler just to cut those so that they're nice. You're cutting off any edges, as long as they're all obviously the same size. Just a little bit extra there, because you've got quite a few seams on that seam there. So then we're going to continue to make a few more of those, and then we're going to sew those together to make that border edge.
Okay.
So I think that's what I liked about this quilt, was some of it you can really concentrate and make some nice pieces, but then with that border fabric, it's done for you, and it grows
and that's quite
quick.
nice, because I think it'd be quite intimidating if you had to do all of that. But you can, like you say, you can spend the time on doing some intricate things.
Yeah.
And then use the fabric.
To make it look very detailed and intricate, when actually it's a little bit of a cheat, isn't it? A little bit.
Cheat. But who knew? Who would
knew?
know? I think the border fabric's gorgeous.
I love that. That was my favourite panel. So again, I've drawn diagonally across that line, pin in place, and sew along the line, which is nice and easy. And I'm not, as you can see, I'm not checking whether the fabric's going in the right direction. I'm just being quite easy with it. Cut off the excess, set the seam, press to the dark side, and then press it out. You just get into a very rhythmical, isn't it, when you're doing this?
Yes, and I guess what you can do is, if you're doing lots of them, you can do all of one side.
Yeah, you could change
and then all of the other side.
Yes.
It's just I find it just helps to just get it all done in one go, doesn't it? Relieves it.
Yeah, I'll do some chain piecing now. I was going to do that, wasn't I? I prefer doing them one at a time.
Right.
If given the choice, not because I've got loads of time on my hands. That's just my preference. I love doing it one at a time. So I very often don't think about chain piecing, because that's just my preference to do it this way. So again, I've got a little bit of excess on one side, so I'm just going to trim that up, because it's easier to trim each one now individually than it is to wait until you've attached them all together in a long strip. So we'll just chain piece these two. So exactly the same. Draw your diagonal line across. That one just needs pressing out. So of course that will be hot now, won't it? It won't like the friction pen until it cools.
I know, it's really annoying, that, isn't it?
You have to wait.
Or you have to move to a different area of your ironing board, because if you put it on there and it's hot, it just disappears.
Yeah, it just disappears. It's so clever though.
I know, they're amazing, aren't they?
They are. Whoever thought of them.
For marking quilts, it's like revolutionary.
Yeah. Yeah, because I find I don't tend to use chalk, do you? I'm not a fan of chalk, so that's just like a normal pen, isn't it? So yeah, we'll chain piece these. So I've drawn a diagonal line across those four 2.5 inch strips. So I'm going to place that one in place there. And then the next one, so you get a real production line going, don't you, when you do this? So much quicker. Pin that one. And again, so we're keeping the foot down, and then as you just continue to sew, nice piece of chain piece, and all you have to do then is just cut those. And you end up with a long, like a long kite tail, isn't it?
I find sometimes I'll do a bit of that, then I'll do them together, and then I'll do a bit more. Just
mix it up a bit.
Especially if you've got loads to do, it helps to balance it out a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and again, I would cut those now and press, because I think then that helps with your accuracy to cut and press each one individually. So press to the darker side. Of course, these little irons for this, I just set myself up at home with my sewing machine, my ironing mat at the side, and you don't have to move.
I don't even have to
which
move.
is not good, probably. Not good for getting your steps in. You have to go for a big.
I've tripped over my pedal cord so many times that it's quite nice not to have to move.
Yeah, exactly.
It's on the wrong side of my machine.
Ah.
It's on the right, and that's where I have to move out of the right, and I trip over it because I'm always in a rush to get from the sewing machine to the ironing board.
Yeah.
And I constantly trip over it. So
I find it's easier to have it all set up at home with your sewing and then go for a walk later around the block, a proper walk.
I don't think the steps between your ironing board and your machine count. I'm not sure.
I like to think not, and then I just go for a walk later.
Let's have a look at some of the fabric is available by the half metre. If you would like to buy just that, while Debbie finishes off her flying geese, actually. The big kind of floral one. This one. Okay. Right, so if you want to buy the fabric by the half metre, this one is called Red Floral. Red Floral. If you want to buy that, by the half metre, £7.49 for the half metre. What this means is, let me turn it over because you don't have the sticker. What that means is that if you want them more than half metre, it will be cut to order. So if you want 1.5 metres, put 3 units into your basket. You won't be sent 3 half metres, you'll be sent 1.5 metres as a fully cut piece. £7.49 for the Red Floral. Obviously, all of these you will be able to see if you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, today's deals, you will see them all there. So if you want to have at the end of when I've gone through them, have a look and choose, and you want to see the picture of them, that might be easier. The gold one. So again, this one is available by the half metre. Gold floral fabric, that one is called. It's gorgeous. I like the fact that the background is slightly mottled. It's not a solid gold colour. So it gives it the sort of appearance of almost like a woven fabric where the colours change slightly. That's the gold one. And then we also have this one, the cream. So if you look really carefully at this, you can see that this one is like an ivory colour, but it's got the same mottled effect as the gold one and the red one, but with sort of an ivory and a cream mottled effect. So it just gives it that old look. Old, that sounds awful, doesn't it? But you know what I mean. Old look.
Aged.
Aged, not old. It gives you that aged look. It's lovely though, isn't it? This has been the most popular one by the half metre so far. I think it's probably because the pattern stands out so well. And then we have the I can't say that word. Crisscross. In the cream, this is very limited. It's called Cream Floral Lattice. In fact, that's the one. This is the one that Debbie's making her flying geese out of. Cream Floral Lattice. I love it. It's almost like Celtic knots, which wouldn't have been around at the Jacobean times, but that's the feeling of it. It's like trailing vines all intertwined. Then we have the red floral lattice. I love this red. It's like claret or port. Hannah loves port. I love port as well. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Love port. But this is like claret, I'd say. It's a really rich red. And again, it has that mottled background, which sort of gives the fabric more movement and character rather than it just being plain. It's a softer effect. So that's £7.49 for half a metre. Okay. Now, the other 5. So we've got this one that's the green one. It's like green on a tonal, green on green on green. This is called green damask. It's got all shades of green in it, from emerald all the way through to light, you know, mid-colour greens, almost a bluey green there. I love that, but it gives it real depth by using the different colours. It also makes that mottled background stand out more. So that's green damask by the half metre. Again, you can buy more than that if you want to have a bigger piece. It will be sent to you as 1 cut piece. Then we have the red version. This is red damask. It's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, let's bring it over. Look at that. Gorgeous. You've got such different tones of red. You've got the, you know, the really, really deep burgundy to the much lighter, almost like a strawberry pinky red. That's £7.49 for half a metre. And then we've got the 3 sort of mixer like low volume fabrics. We've got the red one. Again, they all feature this mottled background, which shows how beautifully that they go together. There we go. That's the red one. And it just features sort of trailing leaves and vines. But it does blend beautifully with any of the other fabrics in the range, particularly the red ones. This one goes really well. But if you want a border or a sashing fabric that doesn't stand out amongst some of the more heavily patterned fabric, that's the one to go for. So that's the red mini bud fabric. Let me just quickly go through the 2 and see where Debbie is flying her geese to. And then we've got the green one. That's called green mini bud fabric. Again, featuring lots of shades of green and the leaves and the trailing vines and almost like the little berries as well. And then finally, we have gold mini bud. It's lovely. It's like a mustard, but gold. It's quite clever how they've managed to sort of create that real gold effect, but without metallics, just as a plain fabric. Okay. And then remember, the mega bundle has all of those fabrics in it, plus the panel, and one of the fabrics is free. So you get 10 half metres, you get the panel, and you get half a metre free for £82.39. So if you can't decide, you love them, you want to make something with all of those fabrics, the panel has sold out on its own, so the only way to buy the panel is to buy the complete bundle, one of all of those fabrics. One is free, so you're saving £7.49 by buying the complete bundle with the panel. Right, Debbie, where are we with our flying geese?
So I've got my 4 flying geese that I've just nice and squared up. For the corner pieces, if you wanted to do where you've got the corner piece on the quilt, I've cut 2 pieces, but though you'd need 2 of each. So I've cut 1 of each here. Right. 2 of each for all 4 corners. You're going to just do a half square triangle. Okay. If you're using the measurements I've used here, which is 2.5 by 4.5, I've done these corner pieces 2 inches and 7/8. Right. So they're slightly bigger to allow for the seam allowance because you're going to do a half square triangle. So I'm just going to draw that diagonal line across the square, the lighter one, so I can see it. I'm going to put those 2 squares together, just as you would normally do a half square triangle. Pin those. And then I'm going to stitch 1/4 inch either side of that drawn line. So I'll just change my my stitch width to 1/4 inch on this machine. So that's one side of that triangle. Get rid of my pin. And then the other side. And that's done. And then you can either use your rotary cutter. I tend to use my scissors here. Let's set it. Get rid of those lines at the same time. Cut down the diagonal of that to get your half square triangles. So finger pressing helps there as well. Or you could use one of those, a mini roller. They're handy, aren't they?
Yeah, the little plastic ones, they're really good.
Yeah. And there's your cornerstones, if you like, little half square triangles. Cut those dog ears off, get rid of those. And then I'll just very quickly show you on a small corner. So we've got our flying geese. Let's just put those right sides together, sew those together. So obviously you'd have a big long string of those.
This is just how to do.
This is just how to do the corner piece. Press and press again. I just love the way this comes together. And this one, just show you this one quickly. Are we running out of time?
No, yeah, but don't worry. We'll give you time to do a corner. Can't we, Hannah? Yeah.
Yeah, another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, fine.
We're good here. You lose track of time though, don't you, when you're sewing?
I know. How does time go so fast? I can wait for a bus, and honestly, it says. Slow. I remember I used to wait for the train, and it would say 8 minutes. I'm like, 8 minutes? 8 minutes? That's ridiculous.
That's so long.
What am I going to do for 8 minutes?
And then when you're sewing, 80 minutes, it's
I
gone
know,
like that.
exactly.
Suddenly it's tea time or whatever.
That's weird, isn't it?
So this is how you would then do your corner. It comes together quite nicely. Where's my panel? So I'll show you how it would fit on this panel. So you've got flying geese all over the place. You've got 2 half square triangles there. You will have 4. And then you get your panel here. These beautiful doves. And it's just like putting a jigsaw together. So with in my case, it's the red ones, the red flying geese that are with the join in the centre. Place that there. Place this one here on the edge. And then this one goes like that. And it makes a lovely, you get a really nice pattern.
Yeah, it flows beautifully.
I love that. And because just remember that cornerstone just needs to be slightly bigger, because you've got your seam allowance for that half square triangle, and then your seam allowance here. So then you would attach that to that, that to that, and then that to that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it looks really nice because it looks lovely the way it sort of turns around the corner.
It really just fits nicely. Yeah. But if you follow those measurements I've done, then that fits. Right. It does fit. But you'll notice I have cut the panel down quite close. I've even chopped a little bit off.
Just so that
just you have to make it fit.
You have to work that one out.
Yes.
In advance.
A little bit. Yes. A little bit of quilting maths. Which is always good fun, isn't it?
Yeah. Lots of paper and a pencil and a calculator.
Lots of paper, pen and a calculator.
Well, thank you so much, Debbie. It's been a pleasure to have you today.
Thank you.
When are you back with us?
I'm not on for a while now. Okay. 28th of December. So I shan't see you till after Christmas.
Wow, that's nice, isn't it? You can have a bit of a break.
Yeah, I can have a bit of a... Well, you say break.
Yeah,
but
doesn't really work like that. You've got a lot of sewing to do.
I've got a lot of sewing to do. I mean, I've got all this to make another quilt with.
I know you have, exactly, to get it all finished. Well, it's been lovely. Thank you so much.
I've
really enjoyed that, and for the glorious rabbit as well.
Yes, little Rosie.
I will see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to run through the mega bundle one more time. So if you want to buy the mega bundle, that is the only way of buying the panel, because that has sold out now. That's half of the panel. Would make 2 gorgeous cushions, wouldn't it? Big squishy cushions for your sofa. Or that's only half of it, because obviously you've got some on the other side as well. You also get half a metre each of the following fabrics. You get the gold, green, I'm going to make them into a nice shape, red, and then you get the red sort of larger print and the green larger print. Then, I can't remember what they're all called now. I can't remember the name of them. The red lattice. I was going to say trellis. The red lattice, the cream lattice, and then the large flower, and the gold one, and the red one. So that is 10 half metres of fabric, so 5 metres in total, plus the panel. You get one of those half metres for free, so you save £7.49. That gives you a little bit of the whole collection, £82.39. What a fantastic quilt would that make? I mean, an absolute rich, joyous, beautiful. I think that's maybe why it's called Jacobean Joyeux. It is joyous and it's beautiful, and the colours are sumptuous, aren't they? Make you feel very, very warm. Or just buy it, add it to your collection. Always perfect for lots of things. I love that. If you want to buy do we have the border on its own still? Very limited. If you want the border on its own, that's very limited. Anyway, please just go on to sewingstreet.com, go on Watch Live, and below that you will see all the fabric, so you can choose whether you want to buy them in the bundles or by the half metre. Anyway, thank you for joining me today on Sewing Street. Don't go anywhere because Yarn Lane is on in just a moment's time. But on Sewing Street tomorrow, we have at 8 o'clock Stuart's Rainbow Selection. I presume a selection of rainbow fabrics. Is it Stuart who's presenting tomorrow? I presume Stuart's presenting tomorrow. Just checking. He was presenting. So Stuart is presenting tomorrow, and with his rainbow selection at 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, we have November Cat of the Month with Cara Ackerman. What's the cat of the month? The Bengal cat is tomorrow. 10 o'clock, we have cork and bag making fabrics. Oh, nice cork. I hope we've got lots of, I love the corks, beautiful. There's some nice, really metallic ones in there, isn't there? At 11 o'clock, we've got Sheshko with Cara, and at 12 o'clock is sewing machines and tools. So thank you for joining me today. But please don't go anywhere, because we have Yarn Lane next. Now, if you're watching me on the TV, you don't need to do anything. Same channel, we'll just nip over to Yarn Lane. If you're watching me on the website or Facebook, you need to move on to www.yarnlane.com. If you are a Sewing Street customer, your account can be used across Yarn Lane as well. And if you've already bought something on Sewing Street, the postage and packing counts across. Now, we have got the wonderful Barbara Murdoch from Tatting and Design. She is the most fantastic teacher. If you've never seen or tried tatting before, you're going to love this. We're aiming the show at beginners. It's needle tatting and shuttle tatting. But if you've done tatting before, you'll love the demos. You'll love the colours that she's got. And I'll also be talking to you briefly about the Christmas crochet along, mystery crochet along, because we do have more of the kits available. Anyway, I will see you back here in a few moments time when you will be able to join me on Yarn Lane.